In the 21st century, we live in a complex and fast-changing world. The experience of each new generation differs radically from that of the previous one. For example, in the generation of my parents, nobody had a computer or a cell phone, but today, virtually everyone has these things. Ask yourself, how many things you use your computer and your cell phone for, and how much time you spend with them, and you'll get some insight into how different your life is from that of the earlier generation. In the past, radical changes of this sort took place over centuries. Now, they occur in only a few years. These constant changes over time make people feel uneasy or insecure. Certain practices or traditional things that people have done all their lives suddenly become obsolete. This leads to an experience of disorientation and alienation with modern life. Everything stable seems to slip away, and there seems to be nothing fixed to hold on to. This is the situation that we face in the 21st century. The Danish philosopher and religious thinker Søren Kierkegaard saw these changes taking place in the 19th century, and he gave a brilliant analysis of them. While Kierkegaard never heard of the internet, the iPad, or the digital camera, nonetheless, he had great insight into modernity. Today, we can read his works, and they can help us to understand the world around us and our place in it. Hello and welcome, wherever you may be around the world, in Asia, Africa, the Middle East, the Americas, or Europe. Welcome to the course, Søren Kierkegaard, Subjectivity, Irony, and the Crisis of Modernity. My name is John Stewart, and I'm a scholar at the Søren Kierkegaard Research Center at the Faculty of Theology from the University of Copenhagen. In this course, we'll examine the thought of Søren Kierkegaard, a unique figure who has inspired, provoked, fascinated, and irritated people ever since he walked the streets of Copenhagen. We'll follow in Kierkegaard's footsteps and see the actual places where he lived and wrote his famous works. Today, scholars argue about whether Kierkegaard was a philosopher, a theologian, an inspirational writer, a literary author, a psychologist, or something else altogether. In the end, he was a little bit of all these things, and his highly creative form of writing makes it difficult to say exactly what genre he was using or what academic field he belonged to. This feature of his writing is reflected in the complex history of the reception of his thought. His works have been enormously influential for a number of different fields. For example, philosophy, theology, religious studies, literary theory, aesthetics, and psychology. That a single thinker can appeal to people in so many different disciplines is interesting in itself, but the truly odd thing about this reception is that he has had an appeal to people who radically disagree among each other and thus represent conflicting positions. He's been seen as an advocate of both progressive political views and reactionary ones. He's been celebrated as both an existentialist and an essentialist. He's been hailed as both a critic of German idealism and a follower of it. One explanation for this odd aspect of his reception is that there's something undetermined or open-ended about Kierkegaard's writings that allows him, in a sense, to speak to everyone. And in his works, rich and diverse as they are, one can always seem to find something special that gives one special insight into one's own life and situation. I hope that all of you around the world will find this to be true as you begin to read the text for this course. I hope that you will find in his text something that speaks to you personally. In this class, we'll explore how Kierkegaard deals with the problems associated with relativism, the lack of meaning, and the crisis of religious faith that are typical of modern life. In his famous work, The Concept of Irony, from 1841, Kierkegaard examines different forms of subjectivism and relativism as they're conceived as criticisms of traditional culture. What do we mean by these terms, subjectivism and relativism? We say, for example, that a certain law or custom is merely relative in the sense that it's only accepted in one culture or society, but rejected in others. When we make statements of this sort, they're usually critical and intended to undermine the validity of the law or custom at issue. In other words, if something is merely relative, then it doesn't have absolute validity or authority, and therefore we can choose to follow it or not. This is the way that we're used to talking about things like relativism and subjectivism. Kierkegaard refers to these different tendencies under the heading irony. Why does he use this term? Sometimes when people today say that something is ironic, they mean that it was an unfortunate or fateful event, For example, in the sense that one might say that when a bad thing happened to a bad person, that this is ironic. But this isn't what Kirkegaard means. Instead, when we're ironic about something, we say the opposite of what we really mean, and the context alerts the listener to this. For example, here in Copenhagen, when we're having bad weather with violent rain or heavy snow, I might say, it's wonderful weather that we're having. Since the person addressed knows that the weather at the moment is in fact very poor, they immediately know that I don't literally mean what I'm saying, but rather that I'm being ironic. This is the way irony is commonly used. But irony can also be used in a critical manner. For example, in politics, if I disagree with a specific policy or a proposed law, I might say, that's a great policy, or that's a great law, thereby meaning exactly the opposite. It's this critical sense of irony that is the kind of thing that Kirkegaard has in mind when he associates it with subjectivism and relativism. With this kind of irony, one can criticize accepted customs and practices, and indeed, absolutely anything at all. In the concept of irony, Kirkegaard compares irony in the form used by the ancient Greek philosopher Socrates with modern irony, which is represented by the German Romantics in his own day. In both cases, an attempt is made to use critical reflection to call into question traditional beliefs and ways of thinking. While Kirkegaard is critical of the Romantics, he has great praise for Socrates. Indeed, he takes Socrates as his model in his attempt to criticize his own Danish culture and its conception of religion in the 19th century. By contrast, the Romantics are seen to represent a typical modern kind of problem that we just mentioned: subjectivism, relativism, nihilism, alienation, lack of meaning, and so forth. As the modern movements of existentialism, post-structuralism, and postmodernism reveal, the issues that Kirkegaard addressed are still among the central problems of philosophy today. At the end of his life, Kirkegaard, looking back on his work, wrote that his task was a Socratic task. Moreover, he says, quote, "The only analogy I have before me is Socrates." What did he mean by this? He seems to have taken Socrates, or we could say his own version of Socrates, as his personal model in his own life. In his writings, he took himself to be doing something like what Socrates was doing with his philosophy. So, in order to understand what Kirkegaard meant by this, we first need to see how he understood Socrates and what he took Socrates to stand for. Once we've identified the key elements of Kierkegaard's understanding of the character and philosophy of Socrates, then we can try to see how he tried to make use of these in his own work. The obvious place to start with this is with Kierkegaard's book, The Concept of Irony, which contains his most detailed explanation of the figure of Socrates. In this first lecture, we want to make a start at this. Today, we'll first look at Kierkegaard's early life, his family background, and his education at the School of Civic Virtue here in Copenhagen. We'll then turn to the concept of irony and try to understand its structure and argumentative strategy. Finally, we'll have a look at a couple of Plato's dialogues, the Euthyphro and the Apology, in which we'll see some of the key elements of Socrates' philosophy portrayed. Specifically, we'll have a look at the following themes: Socrates' irony, Socrates' ability to reduce his dialogue partner to what's called aporia, or being at a loss, Socrates' relation to the sophists, Socrates' self-understanding as the gadfly of Athens, Socrates' daimon, or personal spirit, and finally, Socrates' art of midwifery, or maieudics. Our goal here is to understand these ideas in the original context of Socrates' thought, as portrayed by Plato. Then we'll go on to see how Kierkegaard understands them and appropriates them for his own purposes. Søren Kierkegaard was born here in Copenhagen on May the 5th, 1813. He came into the world in a house that stood here on this square called Nytorv, or the New Market. Unfortunately, the house was destroyed in 1908, but we can see it portrayed in pictures from the period. The building stood next door to the dominant structure on the square, the courthouse, with the large neoclassical columns. Kierkegaard lived during the rich period in Danish cultural life that's usually referred to as the Danish Golden Age. This was the period when people such as the fairy tale author Hans Christian Andersen and the physicist Hans Christian Ørsted flourished. Copenhagen was a relatively small town at the time, and all these figures knew each other and mutually enriched each other's work. For example, Kirkegaard's first book, From the Papers of One Still Living, was published in 1838 and was the criticism of a novel by Hans Christian Andersen. Although this was a rich cultural period in Denmark with regard to economics, at the time of Kirkegaard's birth, Copenhagen was a poor city in an impoverished country. In the year when he was born, the Danish state had gone bankrupt. There were only a few people who could preserve their property in these difficult times. Kirkegaard's father, a man named Michael Petersen Kirkegaard, was one of these few. He bought a house on Nytorv in 1809, a couple of years before Kirkegaard's birth. Michael Petersen Kirkegaard was born into a very poor family. He came from Jutland to Copenhagen when he was 12 years old. In Copenhagen, he became an apprentice in a wool business of his own uncle's, and after about 10 years, he became independent and had his own business. He was extremely successful and in time became rich. Kirkegaard's mother, Anna Sorensetter Lund, was the father's second wife. She was the maidservant in the father's house, and they married 13 months after the death of his father's first wife. Kirkegaard's father was a profoundly religious man, and Kirkegaard was raised in the tradition of Lutheran Christianity. This stamped the character of Kirkegaard and his elder brother, Peter Christian Kirkegaard, who went on to study theology and became a leading pastor and later bishop in the Danish church. When Kirkegaard was a boy, his nickname around the house was the Fork. The reason for this was that one day, when he was asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, he replied, "A fork." When asked why a fork, he responded, "Then I could spear anything I wanted on the dinner table." When he was then asked, "But what if we were to come after you?" he replied, "Then I'll spear you." This story evidences the fact that the young Kirkegaard was a provocative lad who enjoyed getting the better of people. Søren Kirkegaard was the youngest of 7 children. All of Kirkegaard's brothers and sisters died at a fairly young age, with the sole exception of his elder brother, Peter Christian. The early deaths of his siblings caused a shadow of melancholy to hover over the Kirkegaard home. By 1834, when Kirkegaard was just 21 years old, only he, his brother Peter Christian, and his father remained. All of the others, 5 brothers and sisters, and his mother, were dead. This is the school where Kirkegaard first learned Latin and Greek and developed his interest in the classics. The School of Civic Virtue was founded in 1789 as a school for the sons of wealthy bourgeois families. Kirkegaard attended the school from 1821 to 1830 when he was admitted to the University of Copenhagen. The school was an intensive one that focused on classical education in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. It was here that Kirkegaard learned ancient Greek and developed a love for Greek culture and literature. During his time at the school, he studied in Greek Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and some of Herodotus' histories, and some of the New Testament. Most importantly, he also read some of the dialogues of the Greek philosopher Plato, specifically the Euthyphro, the Apology, and the Credo. He also read another important source of the life and teachings of Socrates, namely Xenophon's Memorabilia of Socrates. It was presumably here that Kirkegaard first made the acquaintance of the figure of Socrates, who would fascinate him for the rest of his life. But looking back at his time at the school, Kirkegaard probably didn't have so many fond memories. By all accounts, he didn't have many friends, which was probably due to the fact that he had a tendency to tease and antagonize his fellow students with his superior intellect. He enjoyed demonstrating his cleverness by soundly refuting the arguments of his classmates and making them look silly. Unfortunately, since he wasn't the largest boy in the class, his provocations had the negative consequence that he occasionally was beaten by others for the humiliation that they had suffered at his hands. In any case, these negative experiences didn't prevent him from returning to the school later in life to teach Latin. Kirkegaard's book, The Concept of Irony, is divided into 2 large parts. Part 1 is entitled The Position of Socrates Viewed as Irony. In this part, he compares the picture of Socrates that's presented by the 3 main ancient sources, Plato, Xenophon, and Aristophanes. As we know, Plato and Xenophon were both students of Socrates and wrote dialogues in which they presented their beloved teacher as the main speaker. By contrast, Aristophanes parodied Socrates in a humorous manner in a comedy called The Clouds. The view that Kirkegaard constantly urges throughout his analysis is that Socrates doesn't have any positive philosophical doctrine or theory, but rather he merely contradicts or refutes what others say without presenting anything positive in his own name. In this sense, Socrates represents a negative, destructive force. Kirkegaard doesn't mean that Socrates is negative in the sense that we mean today when we talk of someone, for example, having a negative disposition. That is, someone who's a little bit pessimistic. Rather, Socrates is negative in the sense that he refuses to present a positive thesis or doctrine with concrete positive content. His undertaking is negative insofar as it's designed to undermine the position of others. In the first part of the work, Kirkegaard wants to establish that this interpretation of Socrates is, in fact, well grounded in the ancient sources themselves. This first part of the work is followed by an appendix called Hegel's View of Socrates. This refers to the treatment of Socrates by the German philosopher Hegel in his lectures. Hegel's interpretation of Socrates and his role in the development of philosophy and culture was profoundly influential at the time. Kirkegaard knew this and made a careful study of Hegel's different accounts of Socrates, which he critically built on in the concept of irony. So in order to understand Kierkegaard's picture of Socrates, we also have to have some insight into Hegel's interpretation and Kierkegaard's response to it. This will be the subject of the second video lecture. Part 2 of Kierkegaard's work is simply entitled The Concept of Irony. It's here that Kierkegaard treats the modern form of irony in the German Romantics. While Socratic irony was given a generally positive treatment, the Romantics are criticized as using irony in the service of relativism or nihilism. Their goal is simply to undermine bourgeois society, but there's no truth or deeper meaning that they wish to propose to replace it. The final short section of the work is entitled Irony as a Controlled Element, the Truth of Irony. This section has been quite controversial in the secondary literature. It seems to be Kierkegaard's presentation of his own view of the proper and appropriate use of irony. Clearly, it's impossible to go back to ancient Athens and use irony in the same way that Socrates did, since the historical and cultural background has changed so radically since his time. Romantic irony is likewise no alternative, given Kierkegaard's criticism of that in the pages that precede this section. So instead, he suggests a limited form of irony, which he believes is the most appropriate in his own day. The central focus of attention in most of the concept of irony is without a doubt Socrates. But it was not just in the concept of irony that Kierkegaard examined the teachings of this philosopher. Rather, he was fascinated with the figure of Socrates, whom he returned to throughout his life. What was it about the ancient Greek philosopher that interested Kierkegaard, and what's meant by Socratic irony? Socrates lived in ancient Athens in the 5th century BC, and his work has been recorded in the form of dialogues by his student Plato. In 399 BC, Socrates was brought up on charges by his fellow Athenians and sentenced to death. The dialogue The Apology is an account of his trial, and the dialogue The Phaedo is an account of his final hours and his execution by drinking hemlock. Socrates spent much of his time walking around the city and talking with people. He went to people who claimed to know something about some specific area and asked them about it. Claiming to be ignorant, he begged his discussion partners to enlighten him on whatever topic they claimed to know something about. Thus, he would begin a dialogue with them. What's known as Socratic irony usually appears at the beginning of these exchanges, when Socrates gets his interlocutor to explain something to him or to give a definition of something. One can see this illustrated in the dialogue The Euthyphro. In this work, Socrates goes to the courthouse at Athens to stand trial for the charges raised against him. There, he meets an acquaintance, Euthyphro. The two greet and ask each other what business they have at court. To Socrates' astonishment, Euthyphro explains that he's bringing charges against his own father. Needless to say, this is something very unusual, especially in ancient Greece, where respect for one's father was a highly cherished and time-honored value. Socrates can immediately see the obvious contradiction between the love and respect that one owes one's father and Euthyphro's action. But instead of pointing out this contradiction, he pretends to assume that there must be something that he has not understood, and that Euthyphro must have some special knowledge into this matter. Socrates explains, quote, "Good heavens, of course most people have no idea, Euthyphro, what the rights of such a case are. I imagine that it isn't everyone who may take such a course of action, but only one who is far advanced in wisdom." This sounds like a compliment in the ears of Euthyphro, who fails to see the irony in it. And so he responds self-confidently, "Far indeed, Socrates." Euthyphro goes on to assure Socrates that he is in fact an expert in such things, and Socrates seems to assent to this. One can also see Socrates' irony at the end of the dialogue, when Euthyphro grows tired of Socrates' refuting every answer that he gives, and suddenly runs off. Pretending to have an urgent appointment, as Euthyphro hastens away, Socrates feigns a great disappointment, since he thought that he was going to learn something about piety from Euthyphro. Socrates seems almost to heckle Euthyphro, saying that without his instruction, he's condemned to live in the ignorance of his own views for the rest of his life. By claiming not to know anything himself, and by getting Euthyphro to boast about having expert knowledge, Socrates is free to ask Euthyphro questions, pretending to want to learn from him. Euthyphro would look silly if, after having claimed to be an expert, he refused to answer him. Maybe you happen to know someone like Euthyphro, someone who claims to be a big expert about something, but really who doesn't know very much, although they're very proud of their knowledge. What Socrates realized was that it was easy to get people like this talking when one flattered them for their expertise. So in this way, the Socratic dialogue is initiated. Socrates' irony is a key factor in this process. At first glance, he seems to be ironic first about not knowing anything, since clearly the ensuing discussion demonstrates that he in fact knows something about the topic, and second, about granting that Euthyphro does know something or is an expert. Kirkegaard was fascinated by this, since he saw in his own Danish society of the 19th century people like Euthyphro who claimed to have knowledge about things about which they were in fact ignorant. He was intrigued by Socrates' use of irony to bait these people so that they would fail once they began to explain what they thought that they had understood. In addition to irony, another important element of the Socratic dialogue for Kirkegaard is what is known as aporia. This is a Greek word which means simply being at a loss or being unable to answer. Socrates brings Euthyphro and his other interlocutors to a state of aporia in the course of the dialogue. Socrates asks Euthyphro for a definition of piety, which Euthyphro gives. But then, upon Socrates' cross-examination, they both agree that this is not satisfactory. And so Socrates asks for a better definition. The same thing happens with the second definition, the third, and so on, so that in the end, no real definition or result is achieved. Losing patience with Socrates and seeing that he's beginning to look more and more foolish, Euthyphro suddenly claims that he has an urgent appointment, and he runs off. Thus, the dialogue itself ends in aporia, since no definition of piety is ever agreed to. For this reason, it is said that this is one of Plato's aporetic dialogues, that is, one of the dialogues that ends with no definitive conclusion to the question under examination. Now, usually, when one writes a philosophical treatise or tract, the goal is to demonstrate a specific thesis, to establish a specific point. The procedure of Socrates is, in this regard, very unusual, since it doesn't establish anything at all. Rather, the result is purely negative. All that the reader has learned is that a handful of definitions of piety that have been proposed are incorrect. But the reader still doesn't know what piety is. No positive definition has survived the process of critical examination. This procedure appealed to Kirkegaard very much, and he enjoyed seeing in Socrates a thinker of negativity in this sense. Socrates' goal was not to establish a positive doctrine, but merely to call into question what he saw before himself. He wanted to get others to reconsider their long-held views by pointing out that they rested on uncertain foundations. 5 years after the concept of irony, Kirkegaard returns to this feature of Socrates' philosophizing in his journal JJ. Quote, "The fact that several of Plato's dialogues end without result has a far deeper reason than I had earlier thought. It makes the reader or listener self-active." Kirkegaard was fascinated by the fact that although Socrates was only doing something negative, he nonetheless made other people reflective and reconsider certain aspects of their beliefs and lives. In the 5th century BC, there were in Athens at the time a number of traveling scholars of rhetoric who would give lessons to the sons of rich families for a fee. These figures were known as the Sophists. They claimed to be able to teach useful skills such as public speaking, logical reasoning, and argumentation, along with providing general knowledge of the different fields. Like some lawyers today, these figures had a somewhat shady reputation at the time for being able to twist words and to win cases for implausible or even wrongful positions. They were eloquent speakers who could seduce people with language. They were interested not so much in the truth as in winning the argument. Since Socrates was often seen in the streets, apparently giving instruction to young men, he was associated with the Sophists by many of the people of Athens, and thus one of the charges leveled against him is that he makes the weaker argument the stronger, since this is what the Sophists were known to do. But Socrates vehemently rejects this association. He points out that, unlike the Sophists, he doesn't claim to know anything, and thus doesn't teach anything. The young men come to listen to his discussions simply because they find it amusing to see him interrogate people in his own special way. Since Socrates doesn't teach anything, he never demands any kind of fee, in contrast to the Sophists, who live from the fees that they receive for their instruction. Kirkegaard was attentive to Socrates' polemic with the Sophists, which is portrayed in many of the dialogues of Plato. He saw many people in the Copenhagen of his own day whom he regarded as modern versions of the Sophists. They claimed to know something about Christianity and to teach this while benefiting materially from their positions in the church. While they enjoyed a comfortable life with financial security, they taught a version of Christianity that Kirkegaard found to be deeply problematic. Kirkegaard was thus inspired by Socrates' method to try to undermine these self-satisfied and overly confident people. Socrates' procedure of questioning people irritated a number of his fellow citizens who felt publicly humiliated, especially when Socrates would refute them in front of a crowd of bemused young men. So some of his enemies raised charges against him, and he was forced to defend himself in a trial. When asked to explain why he goes around Athens and harasses his fellow citizens in this way, Socrates tells the story of a friend of his who went to the oracle at Delphi. In ancient Greek society, the oracle was a revered religious institution. It was believed that the god Apollo spoke through the priestesses there. Whenever some important decision needed to be made, either about some private matter or about some larger matter of state, it would be typical that one would go to the oracle in order to ask the god if the proposed plan would prosper. Socrates' friend asked the god if there was anyone who was wiser than Socrates, and the god replied that there was no one. When his friend reported this, Socrates was perplexed by the answer, since he couldn't think of anything that he had any special knowledge about. Indeed, he saw many people around him whom he considered to be much wiser than he about a number of different things. And so he set out to ask these different people about what they knew. As it turned out, as he went around from one person to the next, each of them pretended, like Euthyphro, to be a great expert at something, but in the end, after Socrates' questioning, they proved to know nothing at all. Socrates was then led to the conclusion that he was wiser in the sense that he at least knew that he didn't know, in contrast to the others who claimed to know things that they didn't know. Socrates' knowledge was not some positive knowledge about some concrete sphere of thought or activity, but rather a negative knowledge. Paradoxically, Socrates' knowledge is that he doesn't know anything at all. So Socrates came to believe that he had been given a divine mission and that it was his religious duty to go around Athens and to test people's claims to knowledge. This was his explanation to the jurors for why he acted the way he did. Socrates uses the image of a gadfly as an analogy to his action. A gadfly goes around and irritates a horse by constantly buzzing around and landing on it here and there. Socrates sees himself as doing the same thing with his fellow Athenians. He explains, quote, "I think the god attached me to the city, the sort of person who never ceases provoking you and persuading you and reproaching each and every one of you the whole day long everywhere I settle." Socrates thus portrays himself as the gadfly of Athens, who performs a beneficial, although irritating, function of keeping people from falling into complacency and constantly keeping them on their guard with respect to their claims to knowledge. Socrates thus regards his work as a religious calling. He's not interrogating people on the streets because he likes to do so or because he personally might think it's a good idea, but rather he sees himself as following a command of the god. It's his religious duty to do so. This was an image that Kirkegaard relished, and he came to conceive of his own task as like that of Socrates. He believed that through his writings, he could in effect become the gadfly of Copenhagen, keeping his fellow countrymen from falling into complacency. One of the charges that was raised against Socrates was that he worshiped foreign gods that were not worshipped in Athens. This charge refers to what Socrates called his daimon. This is a Greek word that means literally a god or a spirit. In many of the Platonic dialogues, mention is made of Socrates' daimon as a kind of personal spirit or inner voice that advises him. Modern scholars have had difficulties making sense of this. Some try to interpret it as the voice of conscience, while others regard it as a form of superstition, something like a guardian angel. At his trial, Socrates explains the daimon as follows. Something divine and spiritual comes to me. This has been coming to me as a kind of voice beginning in childhood, and whenever it comes, it always diverts me from what I'm about to do, but never urges me on. So Socrates claims that he has a private inner voice that prevents him from getting into trouble by telling him not to do something that is ill-considered. But the daimon never offers him any positive suggestions for what he should do. The daimon is purely negative. Socrates believes that this also is a part of his divine mission and to be a part of the divine will. When the jurors convict him of the charges and sentence him to death, he claims that he's not concerned about this since throughout the entire trial, his daimon never once raised an objection to anything that he was saying or doing, a fact which Socrates takes to mean that everything is proceeding according to the divine will. Therefore, he concludes that he has nothing to fear. This was also an idea that Kirkegaard identified with. In his work, The Point of View from My Work as an Author, in which he reflects on his life and his writing career, he explains his conviction that his life has been driven by an invisible divine governance. God had a plan for his life, which Kirkegaard unwittingly realized. God was, in a sense, guiding Kirkegaard in his writings, in the same way that Socrates' daimon was guiding him. Another feature of Socrates' thought is what is referred to as maieutic, or the art of midwifery. The word maieutic simply comes from the Greek adjective maieutikos, meaning of or about midwifery. Socrates explains that his mother was a midwife and that he took this art from her. When he questions people, the goal, he claims, is to get them to come to the truth for themselves. The idea is that they implicitly have the truth within themselves, but without knowing this consciously. But this knowledge can be brought to light with the kind of leading questioning that Socrates engages in. A famous example of this is when Socrates questions an uneducated slave boy in the dialogue The Meno, and merely by questioning, without stating anything positive himself, he's able to lead the boy to an understanding of some of the basic principles of geometry. Everyone present is astonished that the boy apparently knew geometry ahead of time without ever having any instruction in it. This is consistent with Socrates' repeated claim that he doesn't teach anything. He claims merely to be a midwife who assists in the birth of ideas, but himself doesn't produce them. He simply helps others to produce them and to evaluate them subsequently. The ideas lie hidden in the individuals themselves, without them even being aware of them. This later leads Socrates to a doctrine of innate ideas, that is, the notion that we're born with certain ideas right from the start, and that we know things before actually having any experience of the world. Socrates' maieutic is a motif that Kirkegaard also uses in his writings. He doesn't want to state explicitly what he thinks Christianity is, but by means of his writings, he wants to help others to arrive at their own conception of it. It's my pleasure to have with me today Professor Peter Šojda from the Slovak Academy of Science in Bratislava. Professor Šojda is a leading international Kirkegaard scholar, and he's done substantial work in the fields of Kierkegaardian mysticism and the 20th century reception of Kierkegaard's thought. Professor Šojda, why does Kierkegaard make use of Socrates, a pagan philosopher, for an understanding of what he takes to be the problems of Christianity or Christendom in his own day?
Kierkegaard says sometimes that his philosophy revolves around a simple question. And the question is, what does it mean to be a Christian? And as we know, Kierkegaard posed this question to himself because it concerned his own life, his own existence. But he also posed this question to his contemporaries, to the age he was living in. And as far as he could see, for most people, this was an easy question with an easy answer. It was supposed that one is basically born a Christian, that one grows up in a Christian family, one's friends are Christians. One lives in a Christian state, as some would consider Denmark to be. So it was enough just to go with the crowd, and there was no doubt about one's Christian identity. The identity was secure. There was no reason to question it, to debate it. So Kierkegaard's question was in a way a provocation, because he wanted to stir controversy about something that was considered completely uncontroversial.
So how specifically do you see this as relevant for Socrates?
I think that Kierkegaard saw in Socrates a thinker whose philosophy also revolved around a simple question. And again, it was a question that was seen as a provocation, and it turned into a problem, something that was considered completely unproblematic. Socrates' question was, what does it mean to be a human being? And Kirkegaard notes that in Socrates' time, people were perfectly sure of being human and of knowing what does it mean to be a human being. But strangely enough, Socrates doubted that one is human simply by birth. Instead, he argued that we need to learn to be human. We need to learn what it means to be humans. And he considered this to be no easy task. He argued that every individual is faced with a task, with this question, and has to answer it with his or her own existence. So the question was addressed to the individual. The collective could not answer for the individual. The individual could not inherit the answer from the collective or delegate it to the collective. And I think that in this, Socrates was a source of inspiration for Kierkegaard, because also the question, what does it mean to be a Christian, is addressed to the single individual. and the individual cannot inherit the answer from the collective or delegate it to the collective. He must answer it with his or her own existence. So the answer can only come in the form of an existential transformation of the single individual.
So what special and unique message do you think Kirkegaard as a Christian writer has for us today in a pluralistic society?
I would like to highlight two aspects of Kirkegaard as a Christian writer. I think these two aspects are in a creative tension. The first aspect is that Kirkegaard is really a thinker who goes ad fontes. He goes to the sources of Christianity in this case. And that means first and foremost exploring the Bible. So when we read Kirkegaard, we see that he's a thinker who is an avid reader of the Bible. He's a very attentive reader. He has a great imagination, and he reads the Bible in a very creative way. So he plunges into the psychology of the biblical figures and explores their inner struggles. He invents alternatives to biblical stories and lets the reader compare them to the original. He plays for a long time with one sentence and analyzing each of its words and their potential meanings. So as readers, we're often surprised how much we discover through Kierkegaard's interpretations of the Bible. And the second aspect which I would like to highlight is that Kierkegaard always brings the Bible into a productive dialogue with non-Christian sources.
And so what example can you give for how Kirkegaard brings the Bible into a dialogue with other sources?
I think there are many examples of this in his works, both the published works and in his journals and papers, but I would like to mention one example, which is the pseudonymous work Fear and Trembling. As we know, in Fear and Trembling, Kierkegaard plays or elaborates on the biblical motif of Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac, which is a story taken from the book of Genesis, the first book of the Bible. But interestingly enough, he does not explore this story with the help of Christian sources and Christian authors. In fact, he draws on a relatively broad variety of non-Christian sources. He borrows motifs from the Greek poet Homer, from the Greek playwrights Sophocles and Euripides. He refers to the ancient historians Livy and Plutarch, and refers to the ideas of Greek philosophers such as Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. So I think that what we can learn from Kierkegaard today is exactly this importance of solid knowledge of one's own tradition and its principal sources, and the bringing of this tradition into productive philosophical dialogue with sources from other traditions.
One of the few friends that Kirkegaard had throughout his life was a man named Emil Buzen. He recalled the importance of Kierkegaard's master's thesis for the philosopher's later development, explaining, quote, "It was most probably while Kierkegaard was writing the concept of irony that he first gained a clear understanding of what he himself wanted to do and what his abilities were." Buzen seems to suggest that there was something about Kierkegaard's work in this context that helped him to decide to be an author and helped him to find out specifically what kind of an author he wanted to be. What was this? Much evidence supports the claim that it was Socrates who was the key for Kierkegaard. Indeed, all of the points that we've touched on here were important for him in one way or another. Aporia, the Sophists, the Gadfly, the Daimon, Maieudics, and of course, Socrates' irony. In many of the most important works of the authorship, Kierkegaard returns to the figure of Socrates. Socrates is discussed at some length in the philosophical fragments as a form of learning that's contrasted to Christianity. Likewise, reference is made to Socrates in the satirical work Prefaces from 1844. A large section of Kierkegaard's famous book Stages on Life's Way, entitled in Vino Veritas is modeled on Plato's dialogue, The Symposium. Throughout Kierkegaard's edifying discourses, Socrates is referred to indirectly as the simple wise man of old. Socrates also appears in scattered passages of the concluding unscientific postscript. Moreover, he's discussed in connection with a theory of love in Kierkegaard's book, Works of Love. Kierkegaard also has one of his pseudonymous authors invoke Socrates explicitly in The Sickness Unto Death as an alternative to the modern age. Finally, Socrates is mentioned as a kind of model for Kierkegaard in the final issue of The Moment, shortly before Kierkegaard's death. Kierkegaard recognized some problems in his own day in 19th century Denmark that were analogous to the problems that confronted the Greeks in the 5th century BC. Moreover, human nature being what it is, he recognized many of his own contemporaries in the figures that are portrayed in the dialogues of Plato. Kierkegaard hit upon the idea that what was needed in his own time was a new Socrates. By this, he meant not someone who would come up with a new philosophy or a new doctrine, but rather someone who would disturb and provoke people, someone who would shake them from their complacency. This was the goal that he decided to set for himself. He would become the new Socrates, the Socrates of Copenhagen. Hello and welcome to the second lecture of Søren Kierkegaard, Subjectivity, Irony, and the Crisis of Modernity. In the first lecture, we learned that there were a number of important aspects of the thought of Socrates that were a great inspiration for Kierkegaard. We talked about Socratic irony, the idea of aporia, Socrates' role as the gadfly of Athens, Socrates' daimon, and finally, Socrates' so-called maieutic art. It was useful to see these concepts in their original context in Plato's dialogues, since this will give us a greater appreciation for Kierkegaard's unique use of them. But we still have one brief errand to attend to before we get to this. Kierkegaard's understanding of Socrates was, of course, based on his reading of the texts of Plato, Xenophon, and Aristophanes, that is, the primary Greek sources. But it was also largely shaped by the interpretation of the famous German philosopher Hegel, with whom he was in a constant critical dialogue in the concept of irony. Hegel's philosophy was a highly popular trend at the University of Copenhagen in the late 1830s when Kierkegaard was a student and was writing this work. So in this lecture, we'll explore first the presence of Hegel at the university during Kierkegaard's time, and then we'll go through Hegel's analysis of Socrates, treating the same topics that we introduced last time, that is, Socratic irony, aporia, the daimon, and so forth. We'll see how Kierkegaard is inspired and influenced by the important historical role that Hegel ascribes to the person of Socrates. What does it mean to say that we are autonomous? For most people today, autonomy is just a fancy word for freedom. Literally, autonomy just means that one is able to give a law to oneself. In other words, one can decide for oneself what one wishes to do. So to say that someone is not autonomous means that that person is subject to external laws that often contradict what one wants to do. So in this sense, we all generally think that autonomy is a good thing, just as we think that freedom is a good thing. I don't want someone telling me what to do or imposing arbitrary rules and regulations on me that limit my freedom. Today, autonomy is conceived as a universally positive thing, but this was not always the case. In some societies, the main value was not for people to go out and act on their own desires and wishes. Instead, the most important thing was for them to follow a set of rules that had been agreed upon by one's family, culture, or society. This includes dressing in a certain way or acting in accordance with accepted norms. According to this view, to act autonomously is a sign of arrogance and disregard for one's family or tradition. This is often associated with religion. For example, in religious ceremonies, everyone is expected to do the same thing, to perform the same ceremony in the same way. It's impossible to be an individualist or a nonconformist in a ceremonial context. Moreover, In Christianity, it's thought that human beings are finite and sinful. They're only able to gain salvation not by their own acts alone, but by the grace of God. It's therefore considered not just arrogant, but even irreligious to act as if one could determine the truth for oneself. In this sense, autonomy is conceived as a negative thing. This issue, which is still very much alive today, was one that was important in Kierkegaard's time. It was thematized by a young Danish scholar named Hans Lassen Martensen. When Kirkegaard was a student here at the University of Copenhagen in the 1830s, the philosophy of the German philosopher Hegel became a major trend among students. The key figure for the popularity of Hegel was Martensen, who was just 5 years older than Kirkegaard. In 1836, Martensen returned to Copenhagen from a 2-year trip that he took to Berlin, Heidelberg, Munich, Vienna, and Paris. On his trip, Martensen met most of the leading figures in Prussia and the German states who were discussing Hegel's philosophy at this time. When he returned to Copenhagen, Martensen immediately began an illustrious academic career. On July 12, 1837, he defended his dissertation, which was entitled On the Autonomy of Human Self-Consciousness. In this work, he critically treated the systems of the German thinkers Kant, Schleiermacher, and Hegel. Martensen argued that these philosophies all represented systems of autonomy that he believed focused one-sidedly on the power of the individual. According to Martensen, this fails to recognize the profound dependency of human beings on God. With this topic, Martensen can, in a sense, be said to anticipate Kierkegaard's topic of irony. In both cases, what's at issue is the role of the individual or the subject vis-a-vis the objective order of things. Both Martensen and Kierkegaard seem to be in agreement that modern subjectivity, or even relativism, has gone too far. Martensen's key term for this is modern autonomy, while Kierkegaard's is irony, but in the end, they're talking about the same set of issues. Martensen began lecturing at the University of Copenhagen in the fall of 1837. It was here at Regensen College that he defended his dissertation in the same year. His courses soon became the talk of the entire university. Students from all disciplines flocked to hear what he had to say, since he was, in a sense, giving an account of what he had learned on his trip about the most recent developments in philosophy and theology in the German-speaking states. To the consternation and amazement of the older, more conservative faculty, Martensen immediately became a kind of academic celebrity. To the students, he was an exciting young scholar who could speak to them in a way that they had not experienced before. He presented to them the basic ideas of the philosophy of Hegel, which all of Prussia and Germany was talking about. One of Martensen's students describes his encounter with these lectures as his intellectual awakening. He writes, I quote, "The man who through his lectures made such a strong impression on me and many others was a young instructor who had been appointed to give lectures on the recent history of philosophy for us first-year students. It was Hans Lassen Martensen. He brought new life into the new university building. Martensen, for many years, filled the largest auditoriums with nothing but zealous auditors. What immediately won me over to him was the fresh enthusiasm which surrounded him in comparison to the other instructors. He spoke precisely about what I thirsted to hear and did so at times with a warmth which I found doubly impressive in the cold temple of the sciences." Among the students in Martensen's lecture hall was the young Søren Kierkegaard. His notes to Martensen's course can be found in his notebook 4. Here, Kierkegaard could witness firsthand the sensation that Hegel and German philosophy were making among his fellow students. He was vexed by Martensen's success and frustrated by the avid interest that his fellow students showed in these lectures. While Kierkegaard clearly felt alienated from the group of students that followed Martensen around, he knew that he had to take seriously the thought of Hegel if he was going to write a dissertation on irony, since Hegel had treated this topic in a handful of different texts. So he read carefully Hegel's lectures with a special eye to the different treatments of Socrates and Socratic irony. So why was Hegel so interesting to the students of Kierkegaard's generation? Hegel was born in Stuttgart in 1770, and he spent the last decade of his life at the Royal Friedrich Wilhelms University, which is today the Humboldt University in Berlin. His lectures there in the 1820s drew students from all over Europe. After he died on November 14, 1831, his students formed a society dedicated to publishing a complete edition of his works. They believed that Hegel's lectures constituted an important aspect of his thought, and so, in their edition, they decided to publish 4 series of his lectures along with the works that Hegel had published in his own lifetime. These were the lectures on the philosophy of religion, the lectures on aesthetics, the lectures on the philosophy of history, and finally, the lectures on the history of philosophy. Kirkegaard owned copies of all of these works, and in The Concept of Irony, he refers to or quotes directly 3 of the 4. Hegel's most extended account of Socrates appears in the first volume of the 3-volume Lectures on the History of Philosophy, which appeared from 1833 to 1836, edited by Hegel's student Carl Ludwig Michelet. We want to look at Hegel's analysis and see how it's relevant for Kierkegaard's understanding of Socrates in The Concept of Irony. In his investigation, Hegel makes use of the 3 main sources of Socrates' life and teachings: the philosopher Plato, the historian Xenophon, and the comic writer Aristophanes. These are the same 3 sources that Kierkegaard uses in his analysis of Socratic irony in The Concept of Irony. Why were people so interested in Hegel's philosophy? Was this simply the latest philosophical trend, or was there really something important about it that spoke to people at the time? In Hegel's lectures, he portrays Socrates as what he calls a mental turning point in the history of philosophy and culture. The Greek philosophers prior to Socrates, the so-called pre-Socratic philosophers, were concerned with understanding the world of nature. They were, in a sense, the first natural scientists who tried to give natural explanations of the world without appealing to any divine agency. They were thus primarily interested in the objective world as they found it outside themselves. By contrast, Socrates was the first to turn the focus inward to the realm of thought, while the other philosophers were concerned with explaining the natural phenomena in the world. They didn't problematize this issue of the way people thought. This is what Socrates did. He believed that understanding how people thought was prior to and more important than understanding the natural world. For in order to understand the natural world, we must first know what it is to understand something at all. According to Hegel, this marked a revolutionary idea, not just in Greek philosophy, but in Greek culture generally. The Greeks were accustomed to living in accordance with time-honored customs, habits that they took to be divinely sanctioned. This is the broad sphere of what Hegel calls in German Sittlichkeit, which is usually translated as ethics or ethical life. By this, however, he means not just the customary ethics that a given people like the Greeks follow, but also the broad spheres of religion, laws, traditions, and established patterns of social interaction. For Hegel, the Greeks believed that this objective sphere of customary ethics was true, as it were, by nature. In other words, when they acted in accordance with tradition and custom, this was not just the arbitrary will of some specific individual, but rather it was true in itself. This is the beginning of what is known today as the tradition of natural law, that is, the idea that some things are right or wrong by nature. According to Hegel, the conception of traditional ethical life can be seen in Sophocles' tragedy Antigone. In this work, a conflict arises between the young woman Antigone and the king of Thebes, Creon. Antigone's brother, Polynices, has been killed in a failed revolt against the state. Creon decrees that the bodies of the rebels should not be buried, but rather should be left exposed to the wild animals and the elements. Anyone caught trying to bury one of the rebels was punishable by death. Antigone regards this as an arbitrary decree of a single man, the tyrant Creon. This was just his personal opinion. The fact that he's the king and thus has the sanction of the law behind him doesn't change this. For Antigone, there's a higher law, namely the law of the family, the law that dictates that family members bury the dead of their deceased. In his lectures, Hegel quotes this work and refers to Antigone, who says that these are the eternal laws of the gods. For Antigone, the funeral rites are absolute, objective facts of nature that she must obey even if her action is illegal by human laws. The laws of nature are absolute, whereas human laws are arbitrary. Hegel takes this to be exemplary for the Greek view prior to Socrates. The revolution of thought that Socrates brought about was to shift this emphasis on the outward objective sphere that was given by the gods as true forever to the inward sphere of the individual. As Hegel explains, quote, Socrates' principle is that man must attain to truth through himself. So for Socrates, one should not accept blindly what custom and tradition teach. Instead, one must critically examine these things and come to a conclusion about them for oneself. But note that this doesn't mean that whatever the subject happens to think is true and has validity. Instead, Hegel believes that there's still an objective truth, but that it must be reached and recognized by the individual subject through rational examination. The problem with the Greek view prior to Socrates was that the sphere of accepted custom and tradition was, in a sense, tyrannical. This was claimed to be true in itself, and one's own personal opinion about it didn't matter. For Antigone, it's an absolute truth that the surviving family members must give the funeral rites to deceased relatives. It doesn't matter what Creon or anyone else thinks about this. It's simply true in and of itself. But for Socrates and for the modern view, each individual has the right to give his or her assent to the truth. This recognizes the rationality of the individual to know and understand the truth. So the revolution that Socrates began in the Greek world and that led to our modern conception is that the subject is a constitutive element of the truth. This was a revolution among the Greeks since it was a new and shocking idea, indeed, an idea that cost Socrates his life. The idea of a subjective truth was one that greatly appealed to the young Kirkegaard. In the summer of 1835, he came here to northern Sealand, to the north of Copenhagen, where he visited the small towns and villages at his leisure. He records his impressions from this short journey in his first journal, called simply Journal AA. This was an important period for the young student, Kirkegaard, who seemed not really to be making particularly rapid progress with his studies. One reason for this was perhaps that he was still somewhat unsure about what he wanted to do with his life. In the Journal AA, he recounts some of his self-doubts and uncertainties about which course of life to take. On August 1st, 1835, here in the fishing village of Gilleleie, he writes, "What I really need is to be clear about what I am to do, not what I must know. It's a question of understanding my destiny, of seeing what the deity really wants me to do. The thing is to find a truth, which is a truth for me, to find an idea for which I'm willing to live and die." Here, the young Kirkegaard states explicitly that he urgently needs to discover a subjective personal truth, as he says, a truth for me. Like Socrates, he rejects the objective truths that are accepted by society. He continues, "What use would it be in this respect if I were to discover a so-called objective truth, or if I worked my way through the philosopher's systems? And what use would it be in that respect to be able to work out a theory of the state, which I myself did not inhabit, but merely held up for others to see?" Here he rejects the objective knowledge that's recognized by the world. He acknowledges that this enjoys respect and recognition among people, but since it's objective, it lacks something fundamental. Thus, like Socrates, he wants to find a truth within himself. It's particularly interesting to note the way in which Kirkegaard also includes Christianity in his account of the objective truth. He writes, "What use would it be to be able to propound the meaning of Christianity, to explain many separate facts, if it had no deeper meaning for myself and my life?" Here he recognizes that Christianity can be regarded as something external and outward, as one objective truth among others. The academic fields of theology, such as dogmatics or church history, might be thought to fall into this category. For example, what some church council decided is an objective fact, but this has nothing to do with the individual's relation to Christianity. Like Socrates, Kirkegaard believes that the deeper truth is not the objective one, but rather the subjective one that lies within. He connects this directly with Socrates a few pages later. For Kirkegaard, as for Socrates, knowledge of external things is irrelevant without knowledge of oneself as subject. He writes, "One must first learn to know oneself before knowing anything else. Only when the person has inwardly understood himself and then sees the way forward on this path does his life acquire repose and meaning." Kirkegaard claims that one must first begin with skepticism or irony in order to work through it. He writes, "True knowing begins with the not knowing, Socrates." Kirkegaard refers to the way in which Socrates undermines traditional truths and begins from the start, or from a position of what he calls not knowing. Many years later, in 1846, in the concluding unscientific postscript, Kirkegaard develops this distinction in some detail. At the beginning of the work, he explains that the objective issue is about the truth of Christianity. This is the objective truth about Christianity, such as can be determined by, for example, the historical record, the sources, and so forth. In contrast to the objective truth, there's also the subjective, which is about the individual's relation to Christianity. The question of one's personal, inward, subjective relation to Christianity is for Kirkegaard a much deeper and more important truth than all of the external objective truths that can be established. This fundamental distinction between subjective and objective, for which the postscript is so well known, finds its origins in Kierkegaard's reflections here in Galilee in 1835, and these reflections are closely related to Socrates' revolution of thought that turned away from external custom and tradition and gave validity to what was inward and subjective. Hegel discusses Socrates' method and identifies two important features. First, Socrates goes out among different kinds of people in the context of their daily lives. He then strikes up a conversation with them about their occupations or interests. In this way, he manages to draw them into a discussion, since it's natural that people like to talk about their own interests. He then tries to get them to move from their immediate experience with specific individual cases to a universal truth. It's this movement, from particular to universal, that, according to Hegel, constitutes the first element of the Socratic method. We can see this in the dialogue The Euthyphro, where Euthyphro gives Socrates a number of examples of piety, that is, particular cases, and then Socrates asks what all of the particular cases have in common. So instead of hearing specific instances of piety, Socrates wants to find out what the essence or nature of piety is in itself. Likewise, in other dialogues, he's interested not in examples of beauty, but in beauty itself, not in examples of justice, but in justice itself, and so forth. The second element of the Socratic method is the causing of confusion between the idea or definition proposed and the actual experience of the individual, a conflict between the universal and the particular. Socrates' implicit goal is to show that his interlocutors have unreflectively accepted certain things to be true without examining them carefully. Thus, by pointing out the contradictions in their views, Socrates, in effect, calls on the individual to go back and examine them critically. The key is that the individual, with his or her own reason, must test whatever is claimed to be true. Hegel also examines Socratic irony. What was so important for Kirkegaard? He explains that Socrates begins by getting his interlocutor to say something about the topic based on the generally accepted understanding of things. In order to get the other person to do this, Socrates pretends that he himself is ignorant of the matter in question and requires some instruction in it. Once the other person begins to set forth the accepted view, Socrates can go to work on it and demonstrate the contradictions involved in it. In this way, Socrates believed that he was helping the other person to come to the realization that he knew nothing. A key question about Socrates' use of irony is whether or not Socrates really means it when he says that he knows nothing and is thus in need of instruction. In other words, is this ironic, or does Socrates really mean this, since he's truly convinced that he knows nothing? One might be suspicious of his claim to know nothing, since, after all, in the course of the ensuing discussion, he clearly shows much greater intellectual acumen than his interlocutor. He's constantly giving examples of what seem to betray knowledge of specific things, or quoting texts, for example, Homer, which shows great knowledge. Or, at a minimum, he seems to have knowledge of forms of argumentation, since he's so effective at pointing out flaws in reasoning. But Hegel says, and I quote, "It may actually be said that Socrates knew nothing, for he did not reach the systematic construction of a philosophy." Here, Hegel refers to the idea of aporia, that is, the fact that the dialogues like the Euthyphro do not end up with any positive result. This would seem to prove the claim that Socrates really doesn't know anything. This would imply that the irony consists not in this claim, which after all is true, but rather in the feigned belief that his interlocutor knows the truth and can teach it to him. Hegel points out that when we use universal terms such as truth, justice, and beauty, we all have some vague sense of what these mean, and because of this we can communicate with each other by means of language, which makes use of such terms. But each of us has different intuitions about what these terms mean, and so in order to determine their meaning more exactly, we need to analyze them in more detail. This is what Socrates' method tries to do. By means of irony, Socrates attempts to get his interlocutor to make the given concept concrete, or as Hegel says, to develop it, so that it ceases to be vague and abstract. Hegel also mentions maieudics, or the art of midwifery, as an important element of Socrates' method. According to his interpretation, this amounts to the production of the universal from the particulars. The inexperienced or untrained mind lives in the world of immediate perception, the world of particular sense perceptions and impressions. But these particulars necessarily imply a universal, for otherwise we wouldn't know what the particulars are. For example, one sees a number of particular dogs, but one wouldn't be able to recognize them as dogs if one didn't have the universal idea of dog in one's mind. A category is necessary for us to put individual things into. So when Socrates is practicing his maieudics, or art of midwifery, he's helping the individuals to reach or recover the universal, which lies implicitly in their own minds. For Hegel, this is a kind of educational process that takes place in every person as they grow. We begin in the world of perceptions and particular cases, examples and images, and only later can we learn to think abstractly and talk about abstract ideas and universals. The idea of Socratic maieudics was also of central importance to Kirkegaard, who regarded himself as practicing the maieudic art. He wanted to get his fellow Danes to reflect on their relation to Christianity, but this wasn't something that he could preach to them or argue for in any objective or discursive manner. Rather, it was a subjective truth that lay in the heart of each individual. His goal was simply to help individuals to bring this forth in their own inner truth or idea for themselves. Hegel also discusses the concept of aporia, or the negative ending in the dialogues. He points out that Socrates tries to lead his interlocutors into confusion by showing that there are contradictions in their views. Often Socrates gets them to give a preliminary definition of something, and then he proceeds to show that the thing is just the opposite of what the proposed definition states. After this happens a few times, Socrates' dialogue partner often becomes frustrated and gives up, leaving the discussion with no positive result. Thus we have an aporetic dialogue. Hegel notes that it lies in the nature of philosophy to begin with a puzzle to be solved, a conundrum. So in this way, Socrates has prepared the way for philosophy. But Hegel's implicit critical point is that Socrates has stopped short with the negative and has not realized the positive or constructive element that lies in negation. Hegel gives the example of the contradiction of being and nothing. We are accustomed to think of these two ideas as absolutely independent of one another. Being exists independently on its own and has nothing to do with nothingness. And vice versa, when we think of nothingness, this is a concept that exists on its own, independent of the concept of being. Thus, both terms, being and nothing, are thought to be isolated, independent, and irreducible. Indeed, being contradicts nothing and vice versa. Where the one exists, the other does not. But, Hegel argues, when we examine these concepts more closely, we realize we can't think the concept of being without the concept of nothing, and vice versa. The one necessarily implies the other. Thus, instead of being two isolated atomic concepts, these in fact constitute a single higher complex concept, becoming. Becoming contains both being and nothing. Something becomes when it comes into being, and it equally becomes when it perishes and ceases to be. In this way, from what initially appeared to be an irresolvable contradiction, there emerges a new positive concept. The movement looked initially as if it were stuck in contradiction and negation, as if it were aporetic, the contradiction of being and nothing. But ultimately, this proved only to be a passing stage, and in the end, something positive and constructive resulted. This is a fundamental idea in Hegel's metaphysics. The concept of negation is not simply a non-starter, but rather forms the foundation for a positive development. So Hegel's critical of Socrates for not going further and developing his method to include this positive development. Instead, the Socratic method stops with negation. But this is precisely what attracted Kirkegaard to Socrates. The Greek philosopher didn't try to go on and develop something positive, but intentionally remained in the negative, in the contradictory. Kirkegaard constantly criticizes, among others, Martinson's zealous students for their desire to go further, or specifically to go further than Socrates. This criticism has its origin in this point in Hegel. For Hegel, Socrates prepared the ground for philosophy by means of negation. He cleared away the mistaken beliefs so that philosophy could go to work from the ground up. But Socrates himself never got past the negation. He failed to recognize the positive dimension of the dialectic. Thus, what was needed was to go beyond Socrates and supply the positive element, and thus begin to construct a philosophical position or theory. But for Kirkegaard, the whole point with Socrates was negation, and all talk of going beyond was an absurdity. Socrates tries to define the good, that is, the abstract concept of the good. According to Hegel, his great contribution in the development of human thought is the realization that the good must be developed by the individual and can't simply be blindly accepted as given by one's culture, established tradition, family, etc. But this doesn't mean that Socrates is a relativist like the sophists. Hegel cites the famous saying from the sophist Protagoras, "Man is the measure of all things." For Hegel, this means that each individual has his or her own truth. This is a statement of relativism. By contrast, for Socrates, the good is something absolute and universal, even though there's a subjective element involved in it. So again, Socrates must be disassociated from the sophists and from simple relativism. The revolutionary dimension of Socrates' thought was that he introduced reflective morality in contrast to the established morality or ethics. Reflective morality involved the individuals consciously considering for themselves what was good instead of merely accepting it uncritically from their parents, ancestors, or society. For Hegel, this marked a major historical shift that set off an entirely new movement of thought that continues to this very day. He writes, I quote, "In the universal consciousness, in the spirit of the people to which Socrates belongs, we see the natural turn to reflective morality. The spirit of the world here begins to change, a change which was later on carried to its completion." But, like most revolutionary movements, this one was frightening to the people at the time. For the Greeks, prior to Socrates, ethics was always an established matter in traditions, customs, and the state. The individual's reflection on this, or assent to this, played no role. But then came Socrates, who began to ask critical questions about these kinds of things and to assert the importance of the individual. For the Greeks, this was a terrifying thing, since it threatened to undermine all of the traditions, customs, and truths that they had always held most dear. Thus, Socrates was regarded not just as something of a nuisance, but rather as a real and serious threat to Greek life. Now, for Socrates, morality is not about some pre-established fixed outward fact, for example, the state, duties, moral laws, etc., but rather the inwardness of each individual. What was universal, the truth of ethics, was formerly thought to be visible in the outward sphere of the state and society. Now, however, Socrates claims that it's to be sought inwardly in the individual. This is a radical new thought. One can no longer be complacent about morality and simply adopt what custom and tradition dictated. Now, each individual must be critical and reflective and enter upon his or her own journey in order to reach the truth of ethics. While this Socratic revolution is destructive since it spells the demise of public morality, it's also a liberation since it frees people from the tyranny of custom. One no longer needs to go along with custom simply because it is custom. Now, one can call custom and tradition into question and reject aspects of them that one can't assent to. This is the modern principle that Socrates initiated in antiquity. The criticism of public morality can be seen as consistent with Socrates' claim that he doesn't teach anything. With regard to ethics and morals, nothing can be learned that comes from the outside. This is the entire sphere of public morality, which, so to speak, imposes itself from without. Hegel uses the example of impressing a stamp of wax to illustrate the way in which we learn public morality when we're young. But this is not what's essential about ethics. On the contrary, what's essential is the inward dimension. Here, individuals must do the work for themselves. They must find the truth of ethics inwardly. This is what Socrates helps them to find, so to speak, as a midwife. But he doesn't teach anything or provide anything positive himself. By focusing on the subject, Socrates seemed to be like the sophists, who didn't recognize any absolute or external truth. Instead, they were thought to be relativists who created eloquent arguments for whatever positions happened to suit their particular contingent interests. According to this view, there was no objective truth beyond the subjective opinions of the individual. But Socrates is keen to distinguish himself from the sophists. He's no relativist, even though he too wants to focus on the importance of the subject. In contrast to the sophists, for Socrates, there is still an objective truth, but the key is that it must be reached by the individual by means of rationality and critical reflection. As Hegel puts it, for Socrates, man has this outside within him. The objective truth is not simply to be found in the external sphere around us, but rather also in the minds of each individual. So while the sophists use critical reflection to justify their own arbitrary, self-serving claims, Socrates believes that this tool can be used to reach an objective truth that can be agreed upon by everyone. With Socrates, there's a move from the outward to the inward, but the notion of truth is always maintained. Hegel calls this the unity of the subjective and the objective. The individual must seek the truth or the universal of ethics in him or herself by means of thought and reason. But thought and reason are universals that other rational people can also attain. In this sense, ethics is also something outward and public. So Hegel claims that there is a unity between the inward universal and the outward universal. While the two can be in contradiction, they can also align and be in agreement. Insofar as the subjective side is also based on rationality, it's not just about one's inward whims or moods. Hegel explains, and I quote now, Socrates opposed to the contingent and particular inward that universal true inward of thought. And Socrates awakened this real conscience, for he not only said that man is the measure of all things, but man as thinking is the measure of all things. So the sophists are relativists, since subjectivity means for them the contingency of the individual, that is, feelings, whims, moods, and so forth. But for Socrates, subjectivity and inwardness is about thought. And since thought is about universals, it is also something that can connect us with others and with an objective truth. Hegel gives an intriguing interpretation of the daimon of Socrates. He points out that the daimon is different from Socrates' own will and intelligence. It often tells him not to do things that he might otherwise have been inclined to do. Hegel draws the analogy between the daimon, which Socrates consulted in important personal matters, and the oracle at Delphi, which the Greeks consulted in important matters of state. Hegel explains, however, that the difference is that the oracle is public, that is, it's openly available and objective. By contrast, Socrates' daimonic oracle is inward. It's as if he has within himself his own personal oracle that speaks only to him. It was this idea that offended the religious sensibilities of his fellow Athenians. For the Greeks, the laws and customs were sanctioned by the gods. They were not personal or subjective decisions of individuals. Rather, the individual played no role here whatsoever. Similarly, when a weighty decision had to be made about a course of action, either in one's private affairs or in a matter of state or the community, it was thought that this was not a matter for any private individual to decide, but rather this was something that only the gods could determine. Thus, the Greeks could send an embassy to the oracle or perform religious ceremonies to determine what the will of the gods was. The idea here is that such things are far too important for any finite individual to decide about. The Greeks didn't possess what Hegel calls subjective freedom. That is, the idea that the individual has the right to decide for him or herself about important matters. It thus struck the Greeks as highly arrogant and inappropriate when a specific individual claimed to be able to make such decisions for himself, and when he claimed to have his own personal oracle that no one else could see or hear. This is precisely what Socrates seemed to be doing by asserting the authority of his daimon above traditional law and custom. According to Hegel, Socrates' daimon represents a position midway between the externality of the oracle and the inwardness of the human mind of the individual. It's a transitional form from objective to subjective morality. On the one hand, the daimon is something inner and not something outer like the oracle at Delphi. It's as if the oracle had been transferred from the objective external sphere to the inward sphere of the person of Socrates. This outraged his fellow Athenians, since he seemed thereby to place his own personal opinion above the word of the oracle. But on the other hand, although the daimon is something inward within him, it's not identical with the will of Socrates himself. The daimon opposes Socrates when he wants to do something that's ill-advised. So Socrates' own subjective will leads him in one direction, but the daimon contradicts this and leads him in another. In this sense, the daimon, although something inward in Socrates himself, is also something outward and distinct from his will. It's an external authority that corrects his will and advises him about what to do. In this sense, the daimon marks a midway point. It's not objectively external like the oracle, nor is it a straightforward affirmation of his subjective will. According to Hegel, the daimon can be seen as a movement from the external to the internal, but the movement is not yet complete. Socrates represents the great revolution of thought that shows the infinite and irreducible value of the subjective. But no revolution begins and ends in a single day. Socrates marked the beginning of it, but the subsequent course of history had to develop it further. Socrates was not yet in a position to present and defend his own private will as the truth, and so he had recourse to the daimon, which pointed to the subjective and the inward side of his personality, but stopped short of being identical with his will. Only in the modern world have we reached the point where we celebrate the truth and validity of the will of the individual, but it took the course of more than 2,000 years of cultural and historical development after Socrates to reach this point. Socrates only began the revolutionary movement, but he did not finish it. Soren Kierkegaard was interested in Socrates because the Greek philosopher he believed represented something important about modern life. Socrates represented the rights of the individual against the voice of established custom and tradition. Socrates asked people to question their accepted beliefs and to look within themselves for the truth. This caused a conflict to arise between Socrates and the Athenian state. It seemed to some that what Socrates was doing was seditious, since by questioning the time-honored beliefs and institutions of Athens, he seemed to be undermining its very foundation. This conflict resulted in a trial and condemnation of Socrates in 399 BC. In The Concept of Irony, Kierkegaard examined the account of this trial in Plato's work, The Apology. Kierkegaard largely draws on Hegel's account of these same events in his lectures on the history of philosophy, and so it's there that we need to start. In his account of the trial of Socrates, Hegel refers to the historian of philosophy, Wilhelm Gottlieb Tennemann, who was also one of Kierkegaard's most important sources for ancient philosophy. For Hegel, Tennemann represents a prevailing view of the day, namely the idea that Socrates was a morally righteous and upstanding person, and that his condemnation was a gross injustice that showed the way in which the rabble or factions can exercise power in democracies. For years, Socrates had been lionized in this manner by scholars sympathetic to him. Hegel finds this view naive, since it fails to understand the important revolutionary role of Socrates in Greek society. The first charge leveled against Socrates is that he didn't honor the national gods of Athens, but instead introduced new gods. This refers to Socrates' claim to have a daimon. To the Greek mind, Socrates was in a sense claiming to replace the oracle with his own private self-consciousness. He seemed to be placing his personal opinion and views above that of the god. This was outrageous to the Greeks of the day. The famous saying, "Know thyself," meant for Socrates that each individual must look within him or herself to discover what's true. This implied that one should disregard the traditional public morality that was sanctioned by the gods. This public morality was found in the external sphere, since it was accessible to all. Socrates seemed to be denying the validity of this and encouraging the individual to look not outwardly for the truth, but inwardly. According to Hegel's view, these were revolutionary ideas. The notion of a personal daimon in contrast to the oracle or the gods of the state indeed amounted to the introduction of a new god. Hegel concludes that on this score, Socrates is indeed guilty as charged. The second charge is that Socrates corrupted the youth. This charge refers to the claim that Socrates led the son of a certain Antius to disobey him by telling the son that he was fit for something better than the profession that his father had planned for him. Antius was a tanner by trade, and this kind of handiwork was regarded as menial labor among the Greeks. Antius had planned for his son to follow him in this profession, but the son was reluctant to do so since, with Socrates' encouragement, he felt that being a tanner was beneath him and that he had talents and intellect that made him suited for much more prestigious jobs. Hegel believes that, based on the testimony, this charge was also well-founded. He points out that in Greek society at the time, the bond between parents and their children was something sacred. Obedience to one's parents was among the highest of values. Socrates had undermined this by encouraging Antius' son in the idea that he, in his role as an individual with specific gifts and talents, was more important than in his role as a son with clearly defined obligations and duties. While in our modern world, we're not offended by Socrates' actions, since we too value the importance of the individual. In ancient Athens, this was a serious breach of ethics and custom. Today, we too believe that no one should be forced against one's will into a job or trade that one doesn't want simply because that's what one's family or culture demands. This too was a part of the revolution that Socrates stood for. It placed the individual above established custom and tradition. Hegel also analyzes the final episode of the trial of Socrates, where, after the defendant is found guilty and given a preliminary sentence, he's able to propose an alternative punishment. This procedure allows the jury to be merciful if they see a degree of contrition on the part of the defendant. By proposing an alternative penalty, the convicted person thereby acknowledges his guilt and recognizes the legitimacy and authority of the court. But Socrates, in effect, made sport of the situation by apparently ironically proposing that he be given free meals and be supported financially by the state for the public service that he was providing. According to Hegel, by doing this, Socrates refuses to acknowledge the validity of the court's decision and thus his own guilt. Here again, Hegel finds Socrates' position problematic. No state can allow individuals to put themselves above the law or to judge themselves solely based on their own private views in opposition or contradiction to established customs, traditions, and laws of society. Given this, it's hardly surprising that the Athenians lost their patience with Socrates and stuck with the original sentence of the death penalty. When Hegel claims that Socrates was indeed guilty of the charges raised against him, his point isn't that he has no sympathy or understanding for Socrates in this situation, but rather he's saying that when seen from the historical perspective, given the traditions and values of Greek society at the time, the charges against Socrates were well-founded. Hegel explains the conflict as follows, quote, "The spirit of the Athenians in itself, its constitution, its whole life rested on a moral ground, on religion, and could not exist without this absolutely secure basis. Thus, because Socrates makes the truth rest on the judgment of inward consciousness, he enters upon a struggle with the Athenian people as to what is right and true." So what Socrates was doing was undermining the traditions and public morality and values of the state. Socrates set off a revolution that led to the recognition of the individual as something absolute and irreducible. In this sense, he's the forerunner of some of the values that we hold most dear today. But it's natural that from our modern perspective, we find him a sympathetic figure. Hegel reminds us, however, that this shouldn't make us lose sight of the radicality of Socrates' message in his own time. Some people might ask why this set of issues that Hegel addresses in connection with his interpretation of Socrates is so important. Perhaps from a purely historical perspective, it's of passing interest to try to see how Hegel understood Socrates and how Kirkegaard understood them both. But what if we're not particularly interested in the history of philosophy for its own sake? How are these issues relevant for us today? Who really cares about Hegel's concept of subjective freedom or Socrates' undermining of Greek customary values? What fascinated both Hegel and Kirkegaard was that they recognized in this story of Socrates' conflict with Greek society an important forerunner of the problems of modernity. In other words, Socrates' story is not just that of Athens in the 5th century BC, but it's the story of modern existence. In this course, we have online students from all over the world: Africa, Asia, the Middle East, the Americas, and also here in Europe. You've all grown up in different countries with different languages, customs, religions, and family practices. In addition, you all have grown up in a world that's rapidly changing, and these changes have often led to conflicts in traditional customs and practices. Let me ask each of you to think about this in the context of your own country and culture. Are there, for example, controversial issues in your country about the role of the individual and traditional demands of the culture? In many places throughout the world, including here in Europe, there are conflicts about exactly this kind of thing. Some people find it objectionable that young men are obliged to follow in the profession of their fathers, or that women are obliged to cover their hair in public, or that parents prearrange the marriages of their children, or that certain classes of people are forbidden from doing certain kinds of work. We find it objectionable when people are coerced to follow the crowd when it means acting against their own conscience. It's said that practices of this sort encroach on the freedom of the individual. For Hegel, this is what the concept of subjective freedom is all about. He believes that there's something infinite, something unique and irreducible about each and every individual that should be respected. Each person as an individual should be granted the right to use their rationality to consent to the practices and values that they inherit from their culture. It's also the right of the individual to be able to critically evaluate their inherited culture with their faculty of reason. The birth of subjective freedom was a major turning point in world history, but the revolution of freedom continues to this day as we try to negotiate the difficult relation between the rights of the individual and the society and tradition. Here we can see that the issues that Hegel is attentive to in Socrates are in fact of central importance in our world today. Kirkegaard took this idea of subjective freedom from Hegel and developed it in his own way to a theory of the individual in the context of both society and religion. As was the case with Hegel, Kierkegaard's interest in Socrates was not purely or primarily historical, but rather Socrates is a symbol of the constellation of modern problems that concern freedom, alienation, and relativism, the problems of our world today. Last time, we looked at Hegel's analysis of the importance of Socrates for Greek culture and for world history. Kierkegaard studied Hegel's text carefully, and in the concept of irony, he responds to it almost point for point. Our goal for the lecture today is to have a look at Kierkegaard's understanding of Socrates and to see where he agrees with Hegel and where he disagrees. We'll look at Kierkegaard's analysis of Socrates' daimon, the trial and conviction of Socrates, the relation of Socrates to the sophists and to the later schools of philosophy. We'll also see that Kierkegaard was quite exercised by Hans Lassen Martensen in his lectures at the University of Copenhagen. Today, we'll explore Kierkegaard's response to Martensen's article on Faust and Kierkegaard's two satirical works that were aimed at Martensen and his students, namely the conflict between the old and the new soap sellers and Johannes Climacus, or De Omnibus Dubitandum Est. Finally, we also want to introduce a lesser-known Danish figure, Andreas Frederick Beck, who wrote the first book review of the concept of irony. This review is insightful in many ways. It gives us a brief snapshot into the contemporary assessment of the work, and we can also gain some insight into Kierkegaard's view of it when we see his negative reaction to Beck's comments. Kierkegaard agrees with Hegel's understanding of the daimon as a part of Socrates' subjectivity that's opposed to the traditional values and customary ethics of Athens. Along these same lines, he also agrees with Hegel in seeing the daimon as a private pendant to the public oracle that the Greeks revered. Kierkegaard points out a discrepancy in the account of the daimon in the ancient sources. According to Plato, the daimon was something purely negative. It warned Socrates not to do certain things, but it never proposed or demanded positive actions. By contrast, according to Xenophon's account, the daimon was not just negative but also positive, prompting and enjoining Socrates to do specific things. Kierkegaard was thus obliged to make some kind of judgment about which of the ancient sources to follow on this point, and here he wholeheartedly affirms the view of Plato. He believes that Socrates is fundamentally a negative figure, and thus it's a confusion when one wants to ascribe something positive to him. This is important to Kierkegaard since he wants to see Socrates' irony as his defining characteristic. Irony is, in its essence, negative or destructive. It negates and criticizes various elements of the established order. Kierkegaard believes that Xenophon does not properly grasp this important negative mission of Socrates, and for this reason, he mistakenly attributes something positive to Socrates' daimon. By contrast, Plato was the more perceptive student who recognized the importance of the negative element in Socrates. When Kierkegaard was growing up, the tragic drama Faust by the famous German writer Johann Wolfgang von Goethe was a very famous and much discussed work. When he was studying at the University of Copenhagen, Kierkegaard became very interested in this story and in the figure of Faust. In 1836, in his journal B.B., he made a bibliography of different interpretations of Goethe's work and of the Faust legend generally. Kierkegaard was clearly planning to write something about Faust, perhaps an article, or perhaps a monograph. Perhaps even thought it might be a possible topic for his master's thesis. In any case, he became very upset when, in June of 1837, Hans Lassen Martensen published an article in the first issue of the academic journal Perseus entitled Observations on the Idea of Faust with Reference to Lenau's Faust. When he heard about this, Kirkegaard became very upset and wrote in his journal, "Oh, how unlucky I am. Martensen has written a treatment of Lenau's Faust." Why was Kirkegaard so upset about this? Why was he so interested in the figure of Faust in the first place? The answer to these questions becomes clear when we take a brief look at Martensen's article. Instead of treating Goethe's well-known version of Faust, Martensen chose instead to treat a version written by the Austro-Hungarian poet Nimbes von Strimblenau, who wrote under the pseudonym Nicholas Lenau. On his journey, Martensen had met Lenau personally in Vienna and became interested in his work. Martensen saw in the figure of Faust, as portrayed by Lenau, a representative of the modern world. In his dissertation on the autonomy of human self-consciousness, Martensen examined the concept of autonomy, that is, the idea that humans could act on their own and determine the truth by themselves. He regarded this as a widespread and dangerous tendency in modern thought that led away from Christian belief. The figure of Faust represents exactly this principle. He's the symbol of modern secular knowledge. Faust embodies, quote, the deep feeling of the corruption of the human will, its desire to transgress the divine law, its arrogant striving to seek its center in itself instead of in God. According to the Christian view, humans are by nature sinful and ignorant. They can know nothing without the help of God. It's thus only human pride and arrogance that believes it can discover the truth on its own. Faust thus believes he has no use for God or Christianity since he can discover the truth himself by means of secular scientific knowing. He writes, Faust, quote, represents the human race's striving to ground a realm of intelligence without God. Faust also represents the principle of doubt. What cannot be demonstrated by the tools of science must be the subject to skepticism, and this includes the doctrines of religion. This view rejects traditional beliefs and exposes everything to its merciless skepticism. This, however, leads Faust to despair, and he becomes separated and alienated from society and accepted ethics. Martensen thus portrays Faust as the model for the ills of the modern world. Kirkegaard's reaction to the publication of Martensen's article can be explained by the fact that he too was interested in seeing Faust as a paradigmatic example of modern existence, and Martensen had anticipated his assessment of the nature of the modern age. Kirkegaard was interested in Faust for the same reason that he was interested in Socrates. They were both negative figures who called into question traditional beliefs and values. Both Socrates and Faust believed that the critical reasoning of each individual must decide the truth of the matter. Socrates reduces people to aporia and ends with a negative conclusion, just as Faust's skepticism leads him to despair. Kierkegaard's attentive to the fact that both Socrates and Faust represent something at the heart of the modern spirit. Kierkegaard draws this parallel explicitly in his journal AA from the year 1837, when Martensen published his article. He writes, I quote, Faust may be seen as parallel to Socrates, for just as the latter expresses the severing of the individual from the state, so Faust, after the abrogation of the church, depicts the individual severed from its guidance and left to itself. Both Faust and Socrates represent an emphasis on the individual at the cost of a larger institution or aspect of the objective world. Kierkegaard addresses the same question that Hegel did about the assessment of the condemnation of Socrates. Like Hegel, he's critical of what he calls the scholarly professional mourners in the crowd of shallow but lachrymose humanitarians, who regard Socrates as an honest and righteous man who is unfairly persecuted by the rabble. Also in agreement with Hegel, Kierkegaard sees the daimon of Socrates as something that clearly puts him at odds with the traditional religion. With regard to the question of whether Socrates was an atheist who rejected the gods of the state, Kirkegaard claims that this was based on a misunderstanding. This was a typical charge leveled against ancient Greek philosophers like Anaxagoras, who were interested in exploring the phenomena of nature. The Greek gods were conceived as closely related to the natural forces, for example, Zeus with lightning and Poseidon with the sea and with earthquakes. When the early Greek philosophers took it upon themselves to study nature, they distinguished themselves from the religious tradition that sees the gods as causal agents in nature. The early Greek philosophers developed the rudiments of what we know today as the natural sciences by trying to understand the phenomena of nature without the agency of the gods. Since they didn't make any appeal to the gods in their explanations of the natural world, there arose the suspicion that they didn't believe in the gods at all, and thus were atheists. Kirkegaard points out that this is a misunderstanding, since Socrates was never interested in the investigation of the natural scientific phenomena, and thus it's a mistake to associate him with these early Greek philosophers. Kirkegaard goes on to explain that the charge of atheism can best be understood in connection with Socrates' well-known claim to ignorance. In other words, when Socrates claimed to know nothing, this was mistakenly taken to mean that he knew nothing about the gods worshipped by the state. But this was, of course, not the point of Socrates' self-proclaimed ignorance. He clearly knew many empirical things about the world around him, but he claimed not to know the universals and was constantly trying to get people to formulate clear definitions of them. What is piety? What is justice? What is beauty? Kirkegaard claims that an important element in the condemnation of Socrates was regarded as his attempt to alienate individuals from the state. He brings this into connection with the famous maxim, know yourself. According to Kirkegaard, Socrates' understanding of this command was that each individual should seek the truth in him or herself, but this meant turning away from the world of objective truth, which included traditional ethics and religion. Kirkegaard explains, quote, "A phrase, know yourself, means separate yourself from the other. So the individual is thus alienated from other individuals in society, since after the Socratic interrogation, it's impossible to continue to maintain the traditional values and customs as before. By means of his calling everything into question, Socrates destroys the individual's belief in all the things that hold society together. This is, according to Kirkegaard, rightly regarded as a dangerous matter." Quote, "It's obvious that Socrates was in conflict with the view of the state, indeed, that from the viewpoint of the state, his offensive had to be considered most dangerous, as an attempt to suck its blood and to reduce it to a shadow." So given this, Kirkegaard agrees with Hegel that the Athenian state was justified in condemning Socrates, since he was in fact a revolutionary figure who was undermining the foundation of the state. But it should be noted that he was not revolutionary in the sense that he was forming a specific political party or a positive platform. Rather, his mission was purely negative. He separated individuals from the state and isolated them from one another by undermining their accepted beliefs in custom and tradition. He called each individual to withdraw into him or herself and to find the truth there. At the end of the chapter, The Actualization of the View, Kirkegaard gives an assessment of the last part of Socrates' trial, where he proposes his alternative punishment. Kirkegaard draws attention to the fact that in the Apology, Socrates makes a lot out of the specific number of people who voted for his acquittal and his condemnation. By doing this, Socrates regards the jury not as a collective whole or as the Athenian state as such, but rather as individuals. Each of them individually made a decision and cast his vote. Socrates thus recognizes the importance of the subjectivity of individuality of each person, but he refuses to recognize the authority of the abstract state or the collective whole. Here, Kierkegaard's in agreement with Hegel's account, which sees Socrates' condemnation as being the result of his refusal to accept the legitimacy of the court. Kierkegaard explains, I quote, "The objective power of the state, its claims upon the activity of the individual, the laws, the courts, everything loses its absolute validity for him. Kirkegaard sees Socrates as occupying a position of complete negativity towards the state. Socrates accepts the truth and validity of each single individual, but refuses to accept it in any collective group, the state, the jury, a political party, etc. Such groups undermine one's individuality and reduce people to the common mean. This view alienates Socrates from his fellow Athenians and is regarded as a real and serious threat to the state. Much of Athenian society was built upon principles of community and democracy, and thus to call this into question was very alarming for most people. So according to this interpretation, the great menace to Greek society came not from the mighty forces of the Persian Empire, but rather from an impoverished old man. The tool used to undermine the Athenian state was not great armies or engines of war, but rather irony. Irony was a negative force that spared nothing in its path. The most sacred and time-honored institutions of the Athenians were at grave risk. We've seen that Kirkegaard was irritated by the fact that Martensen was having great success with the students at the University of Copenhagen, and that Martensen, like Kirkegaard, was interested in the figure of Faust. One important aspect of Martensen's thought was his characterization of modern philosophy as beginning with the principle of doubt. While ancient philosophy and medieval philosophy were uncritical and based their views on faith, modern philosophy that began with Descartes realized that it was necessary to begin from the ground up by doubting everything. Descartes realizes that many of the things that he and other people take to be true, in fact, prove to be mistaken under closer scrutiny. This means that many of the things that we think that we know are based upon very shaky foundations. In his Meditations on First Philosophy, Descartes begins by making an attempt to doubt absolutely everything that he has known or ever been taught, so that he can attempt to determine from the start what can firmly be established as true. Martensen seizes on this image of Descartes applying a systematic method of doubt as a model for modern philosophical thought. He takes a Latin phrase from Descartes' text to capture this: de omnibus dubitandum est, or one must doubt everything. Martensen used this phrase repeatedly, and it became a kind of shorthand slogan among his students. It seemed to be not just a characterization of the period of modern philosophy in contrast to earlier periods, but also a call to arms for modern philosophers to apply Descartes' skeptical method. Clearly, this set of issues that Martensen addresses is closely related to the issues that Kirkegaard finds in Socrates, who questions his fellow countrymen and calls their accepted views into doubt. Descartes doesn't wish to stop until everything has been called into question, just as Socrates doesn't wish to stop until he's gained a satisfactory answer to his questions. Kirkegaard wrote 2 satirical works about Martensen and his students, but never published them. Both of them take the issue of Descartes' universal doubt as a central motif. The first of these works is a student comedy entitled The Conflict Between the Old and the New Soap Sellers, which Kirkegaard wrote in his journal DD, probably in the first months of 1838 when he was still a student. The inspiration for this piece came from this square here in Copenhagen, where during Kirkegaard's time there were rival shops that sold soap. There was an old established shop that was located here in the basement of this building. This was an old soap seller, and then one day a new soap seller moved in and became its rival. In order to avoid losing business, the old soap seller put up a sign to indicate that his shop was the old traditional soap seller. This was an amusing rivalry that caught Kirkegaard's attention. It will be recalled that at his trial, Socrates proposed as his penalty that he be maintained at public expense and that he could take free meals at the Prytaneum. This was a kind of public building in Athens, a sort of town hall, where people who had done great deeds for the state, for example, victorious Olympian athletes, would receive free meals at the expense of the state. In his satire, Kirkegaard makes use of this idea, but instead of placing Socrates in the Prytaneum, as Socrates himself requested, Kirkegaard places Martensen and his students there. Kirkegaard creates a handful of amusing characters who engage in absurd philosophical conversations. They're constantly using slogans such as De omnibus dubitandum est that everyone knew from Martensen's lectures and written works. In Act 2 of the comedy, Kirkegaard creates the absurd situation of placing these comic philosophers in the Prytaneum. The implication is then that they, like Socrates, are providing some important public service with their philosophizing and with their attempt to doubt everything. But instead of doing anything meaningful, they simply engage in confused and absurd philosophical conversation, all the while taking themselves very seriously. Kirkegaard here seems clearly to be making fun of Martensen and his students and their sense of self-importance in their attempt to begin, as Descartes did, with universal doubt. What's interesting here is that when we consider this work as a satire on Martensen and his students, is that at this time, Martensen himself lived in this house just opposite the soap cellars. In September of 1837, that is, when he was a student and when he was writing this comedy in the soap cellars, Kirkegaard moved into an apartment that stood right at the corner of this square, in this white building, at the corner of Lovestrade and Niels Hemmingsensgade. The other satirical work that Kirkegaard wrote but never published makes direct use of Martensen's slogan. It's entitled Johannes Climacus, or De omnibus dubitandum est. Johannes Climacus is the name Kirkegaard uses as the pseudonymous author of the work's philosophical fragments and the concluding unscientific postscript. But this satirical text was apparently written at some point in 1843, before these two well-known pseudonymous books. De omnibus tells the story of a young student named Johannes Climacus. He attends lectures here in one of the lecture halls at the University of Copenhagen and becomes interested in the philosophical discussions about the need to begin by doubting everything. Clearly, Kirkegaard intends Climacus to represent one of Martensen's students who's caught up in the flurry of interest surrounding Martensen's lectures. Much of the text is filled with a series of philosophical deliberations in which Johannes tries to determine exactly what is meant with the demand that one doubt everything in philosophy. There are three different variants of this that he explores in turn. First, philosophy begins with doubt. Second, in order to philosophize, one must have doubted. And third, modern philosophy begins with doubt. In each case, he ends up in absurdities. Although Kirkegaard never finished this work, and it breaks off in the middle, the plot was apparently intended to end by showing how Johannes was reduced to despair in his attempt to follow the imperative of doubting everything. In a note, Kirkegaard explains the plan for the work that he never realized. He writes, Johannes does what we are told to do. He actually doubts everything. He suffers through all the pain of doing that. When he's gone as far in that direction as he can go and wants to come back, he cannot do so. Now he despairs. His life is wasted. His youth is spent in these deliberations. Life has not acquired any meaning for him, and all this is the fault of philosophy. So the point seems to be that philosophy can have a negative, seductive effect on young people. Martensen has irresponsibly enjoined the students to doubt everything, but this would also involve doubting things such as one's religion, one's relations to family, community, and so forth. When one begins to doubt these things, then one isolates oneself. While it was intended as a kind of academic exercise, these young students take it seriously as a way of life and thereby come to undermine their own beliefs. But once one has reached this point, it's impossible to go back. Once one has begun the process of critical reflection, it's impossible to return and live in the uncritical intimacy of one's former beliefs. This is the view that is suspicious of new knowledge, fearful of what it might bring. As was the case with Socrates, it separates the individual from their family and community. The conclusion of Kierkegaard's story is that Johannes ends in despair. He's destroyed by philosophical doubt. Kirkegaard agrees with Hegel's characterization of Socrates as a turning point in history. He proposes his own evaluation of this by analyzing first the relation of Socrates to the movement of the sophists which preceded him, and then his relation to the different schools of philosophy that came after him. By seeing Socrates between these two poles, we can come to a better understanding of his role as a turning point in the development of Greek thought and culture. The cause of the downfall of Greek life was what Kirkegaard, following Hegel, characterizes as the arbitrariness of finite subjectivity. This is associated with the sophists, who are known for their relativism. He explains, quote, "The sophists represent knowledge, separating itself into its motley multiplicity from substantial morality by means of the awakening reflection. On the whole, they represented the separated culture for which a need was felt by everyone for whom the fascination of immediacy had faded away." Like Socrates, the sophists also subjected to doubt and criticism accepted custom and tradition, or what is called here substantial morality. They represented a separation or alienation from the traditional Greek culture. The sophists claimed to teach a practical knowledge that would be beneficial to young men in politics and business. Specifically, they taught the art of speaking and argumentation, by means of which they could make an effective case for whatever they perceived to be to their advantage at the moment. But this argumentation was always in the interest of the one doing the arguing, and not in the interest of any higher truth, since that truth is exactly what the sophists denied. So there's both something negative and something positive about this procedure. The negative aspect says that there's no absolute truth, and the truths of traditional custom, morality, and ethics are in fact illusory, having no firm foundation. Given that there is no absolute truth, there is only an arbitrary or contingent truth, which is dictated by the self-interest of the individual. So the sophists elevate these contingent, arbitrary truths to something important, and their promise is to teach how to pursue this. Given that there are no absolute truths, the sophists thus enjoin people to revel in the contingent ones for as long as it serves their purposes. Kirkegaard explains this as follows, quote, "In its first form, this education offered by the sophists shakes the foundation of everything, but in its second form, it enables every pupil of integrity to make everything firm and fast again. The sophist, therefore, demonstrates that everything is true." The sophists can thus give reasons and arguments for anything at all. It is in this sense that we still use the word sophist today. We say, for example, that someone is a sophist who tries to justify blatantly wrongful behavior by means of specious reasoning. One of the things that bothered Kirkegaard about Martensen was the fact that he pretended to assume a posture of radical, disabused skepticism with his well-known claim, de omnibus dubitandum est. But this was only an empty slogan. Martensen's point was, like that of Descartes, to emerge from the skepticism and begin to establish something positive, a doctrine, an argument, or a foundational truth claim. This was exactly the way that Kirkegaard describes the sophists, as we just saw. They shake the foundations of everything, but then they make everything firm again. For Kirkegaard, the profundity and genius of Socrates is to be found in the fact that he remains in the skepticism and negativity and refuses to be drawn into the construction of a positive truth claim. Kirkegaard contrasts Socrates with the sophists by claiming that Socrates is purely negative, whereas the sophists teach positive doctrines. For example, Protagoras claims to know what virtue is and to be able to teach it. By contrast, Socrates claims not to know what it is and claims it cannot be taught. Kirkegaard concludes from this analysis, quote, "Irony has a world historical validity." In other words, it's valid for Socrates to use irony in the given historical situation. His irony was aimed against two targets. First, the unreflective proponents of traditional Athenian life, and second, the self-assured sophists who were making various unfounded positive claims. With respect to the former, traditional values and ethics were falling into decay, and it was historically valid that these be taken up by critical reflection at the time. With respect to the latter, it was valid that Socrates tried to confront the sophists and expose the shallowness of their relativism. These were two important aspects of Greek life at the time, and Socrates, with his irony, plays a key historical role in this context. He's not employing irony just to be flippant or to irritate or impress someone. Rather, his use of irony was dictated by the times. By Kierkegaard's time, it had become a standard motif to compare Socrates and his fate with Christ. Both were ethically righteous individuals, and both had been prosecuted in legal proceedings and ultimately executed. There was a body of literature on this comparison, which Kierkegaard was familiar with. One of the most important of these was the work of the German theologian Ferdinand Christian Bauer, entitled Das Christliche des Platonismus oder Sokrates und Christus. It is on Christianity in Platonism, Socrates, and Christ, from 1837. Kierkegaard refers to this work repeatedly in the concept of irony. In the New Testament, Christ is portrayed as struggling with the scribes and teachers of the law, known as the Pharisees, who insisted on strict observance of religious ceremonies and practices. In comparative studies like that of Bauer, a parallel was often drawn with Christ's conflict with the Pharisees and Socrates' conflict with the Sophists. Kierkegaard makes this connection when he says, quote, "The Sophists are reminiscent of the Pharisees." This gives us an important insight into the significance of Socrates for Kierkegaard. Initially, it was not clear why he would be so interested in Socrates, a pagan philosopher, if his primary goals had something to do with a specific understanding and appreciation of Christianity. Here we see the connection. Socrates is like Christ, and the Sophists are like the Pharisees. So although Socrates is a pagan philosopher, he displays some important points of commonality with the message of Christ that Kierkegaard believes have been forgotten. Thus, by making use of some of Socrates' ideas or methods, Kierkegaard believes that he can bring some insight into what he takes to be the confused understanding of Christianity in his own day. An important figure in Kierkegaard's time was a man named Andreas Friedrich Beck, who was a student at the University of Copenhagen at the same time as Kierkegaard. He was influenced by the German theologian David Friedrich Strauss, who had been a student of Hegel in Berlin. Strauss was well known for his monumental study entitled The Life of Jesus Critically Examined from 1835 to 1836. This work was controversial in the German-speaking world since it examined the gospel texts in great detail and tried to argue that the stories related about Jesus were by and large myths. Indeed, the work cost Strauss his position at the University of Tübingen. Later, in 1839, after it was thought that the controversy had died down, Strauss was appointed to a position at the University of Zurich in Switzerland, but when this was made public, it evoked such large protests that the university couldn't go through with the appointment. Beck was interested in bringing Strauss's approach to Denmark. At the time of Kierkegaard's dissertation in 1841, Beck was working on a book entitled The Concept of Myth, or The Form of Religious Spirit, which would be published the next year. As a student, Beck lived here in Borchs College, one of the old colleges of the University of Copenhagen. Beck knew Kierkegaard personally and was keenly interested in the concept of irony. During the public defense of a dissertation, it was possible for people from the audience to ask questions about the work, and Beck was one of these questioners. The following year, Beck wrote a review of the concept of irony, which appeared in the periodical The Fatherland. We're joined here today by Professor Brian Soderquist, one of the leading international experts for the young Kierkegaard. And so, what was Beck's interest in Kierkegaard's work?
Well, Beck was especially interested in Kierkegaard's methodology and the concept of irony, especially that aspect where Kierkegaard tries to locate the historical Socrates, the Socrates who isn't just the creation of Plato, Xenophon, or Aristophanes, but the man, the historical person behind those different witnesses.
Today, we recognize the concept of irony as an important work for our understanding of the modern world, but at the time it was met with a degree of skepticism. Indeed, all 5 members of Kirkegaard's dissertation committee, they complained that the work suffered from some pretty serious flaws. And in fact, the tone of their official statements about it makes it sound as if they were only rather reluctant even to pass the work as a master's thesis. In fact, they would rather have liked to have seen some revisions. But when Beck reviewed the work, however, he seemed to see something more in it. He seemed to be quite positive. What was it, do you think, that Beck saw in the work that other people were blind to?
Well, Beck wrote a fantastic review of the concept of irony and really went into some of the details. And one of the things that Beck liked more than anything was precisely that methodology, because it looked a lot like what Beck was working on at the time, namely the attempt to isolate the historical Jesus from the different gospel accounts of Jesus. And he could see that Kirkegaard was doing something similar with Socrates, to try to get at the historical person behind the mythological person, so to speak.
And what was Kirkegaard's response to this review?
Well, strangely, even though Beck's review was positive and really complimented Kirkegaard back and forth, and was in fact a very accurate review, Beck added a single line at the very end of the review where he said something to the effect that he, like others reading the dissertation, had a hard time following a few of the lines. And of course, this is a very reasonable thing to say for anyone who's read Kierkegaard's dissertation, because there are a lot of places that are a little bit hard to understand. But of course, Kierkegaard reacted with disdain to that last line. He ignored that positive review and seized upon those last words where Beck accused him of saying something that was a little bit hard to understand. And Kierkegaard very sarcastically and ironically responded publicly by saying, should it really be my fault that a reader doesn't understand what I've written? Shouldn't it really be his problem? And that's something we find in almost all of Kierkegaard's reactions to any reviews of any of his works. A real disdain, because something that Kierkegaard didn't like was a reviewer, precisely because when somebody acts as a reviewer, there's an implicit power structure here. The reviewer stands there as somebody who thinks they're in a position to judge that work. And that's what Kierkegaard didn't like. He didn't like boys judging his work.
And what text is it that Kierkegaard responds to Beck's work specifically?
Yeah, Kierkegaard responded, first of all, to Beck's review of the concept of irony. And later on in his career, Beck wrote another review of another work. And in that work, Kierkegaard was equally dismissive, this time accusing Beck of not understanding the nuance of his irony, giving a very clear account of the dialectical, that is, the philosophical content, but failing to note how ironic that whole work was.
So in Kierkegaard's article in response to Beck's review, called Public Confession, so in your opinion, he doesn't really enter into any academic exchange with Beck's actual comments about the concept of irony.
No, he doesn't. He really ignores Beck's substantive critique. And this is really very consistent with what we find in other Kierkegaardian responses to reviews. He ignores almost entirely any kind of substantive philosophical or theological debate and gets right at some kind of ironic or sarcastic response. And I think in that sense, we see some of the tensions between Kierkegaard and his contemporaries, and we really see that Kierkegaard wasn't interested in an academic debate about his thought.
Kierkegaard then addresses the other side of the idea of Socrates as a turning point, namely his legacy. Socrates gave rise to a number of different and often competing schools of philosophy in antiquity. Kierkegaard raises the question of how so many very different views could all claim to have their origin in the thought of Socrates. One might be tempted to think that his legacy is due to the fact that he had many different kinds of doctrines that were attractive to different philosophical directions. However, Kirkegaard claims that the fact of Socrates' heterogeneous legacy provides further evidence for his claim that Socrates represents pure negativity. If Socrates had had a positive doctrine with a handful of constructive theses, then these would have been attractive to some people, but unattractive to others. But the positive nature of his views would invariably have had a limiting effect on potential followers. But, Kirkegaard argues, precisely because he had no positive doctrine, there was no limiting effect, and people were free to see in his thought anything that they wished. Socrates could thus be readily co-opted into whatever views the given philosophical school wished to promote. Thus, while Socrates gave rise to a number of philosophical schools with different positive doctrines, he himself represents what Kirkegaard, following Hegel, calls infinite negativity. Kirkegaard concludes the chapter by re-emphasizing his thesis that Socrates used irony as a negative tool both against established Greek society, which meant its ethics, customs, traditions, etc., and against the sophists with their relativism. According to Kirkegaard, the enduring feature of Socrates is as a negative figure. If there were something positive in his philosophizing, then he would have been much less interesting and important. After reading the text and watching this lesson, some of you might think that Kierkegaard's understanding of Socrates is mildly interesting, or that his satire of Martensen is a little bit funny, but you might be asking yourself how any of this is relevant for you in your lives today. Who cares if Kierkegaard agreed with Hegel that the Athenians were justified in prosecuting Socrates? Who cares that Kierkegaard mocked a lecturer at the University of Copenhagen in the late 1830s? Aren't these just issues for professional philosophers or historians of ideas? I would like to suggest that there's something very important about this set of issues that, in fact, is highly relevant for our world today. We've been talking about knowledge and doubt and traditional values, and what many of these issues boil down to is a fundamental question about the nature and status of knowledge and its role in human life. This is one of the oldest questions in all of human history. Indeed, one can see it in one of the most ancient stories that has come down to us, the story of the fall in Genesis in the Old Testament. What does that story say? We're told that the first human beings, Adam and Eve, lived in a wonderful garden, which provided them with everything they required to satisfy their needs. They're at home in the universe. They're in harmony with nature and with the world around them. But there's one thing they don't have, knowledge. They live in a kind of ignorant bliss. God tells them that they can enjoy everything that they like in the garden, but they may not eat from the tree of knowledge. As we know, according to the story, Adam and Eve, seduced by the snake, defy this prohibition, eat from the tree and thus gain knowledge. Suddenly, everything changes. They see the world with different eyes, and for the first time, they realize they're naked. For the first time, they feel shame. They're no longer in harmony with the world. Instead of being at home in the garden, they're alienated from it. God punishes them for breaking this command, sends them out into the garden, into the wild world, as it is written, east of Eden. What the story tells us is that knowledge is a dangerous thing. God knew this all along, and for this reason, he told Adam and Eve not to eat from the tree. God knew that knowledge ends in shame, fear, and alienation. Once human beings have taken this step, they can never go back. The moral to the story is that human beings are not meant to have knowledge. They're happiest without it. This famous story is played out again in any account of individuals who, by means of doubt, call into question the truths and values of their own culture. At first, when we were children, we lived in immediate harmony with family, culture, and society that surrounded us. But then, as we grow up, we reach a point where we naturally begin to question certain things that were taught when we were young. When we come to realize that our parents and our leaders are in fact fallible, this knowledge begins to alienate us from the world around us. Figures like Socrates, Faust, and Johannes Climacus doubted the fundamental things about their culture in the name of the search for knowledge. But this search alienated them from the world. Knowledge is a dangerous thing, and the defenders of traditional values and institutions fear it. But there is another perspective on this issue that comes from the Enlightenment. According to this view, human beings, as Aristotle says, by nature desire to know. Knowledge is what separates us from the animals, is what makes human beings what they are. Our very humanity lies in our ability to think rationally and to examine our beliefs critically. As Socrates himself says, the unexamined life is not worth living. Due to the acquisition of knowledge, human beings have the ability to reshape their natural environment in order to make it more conducive to human life. Throughout all of history, human beings have struggled to improve things by means of their ability to acquire new knowledge. There have been great social advances when people realized that certain institutions were oppressive. For example, slavery was abolished, and basic human rights were enshrined in the constitutions and laws of different countries. There has also been great advances in many different fields of the sciences, and these advances have concretely improved the lives of people. For example, the elimination of diseases such as smallpox and polio, the advances in dentistry and anesthesiology, and one could go on with examples. The advocate of this view claims it would be completely absurd to try to deny these advances, and that the entire weight of human history supports the famous adage that knowledge is power. According to this, anyone who wishes to try to suppress knowledge is blinded by a backward superstition. Who would want to repeal the idea of human rights? Who would want to go back to a day when there was no defense against disease or infection? Today, I suppose that most of us would probably side with the person representing this Enlightenment view. But for this class, for example, we have thousands of online students from around the world. All of you have decided to take this course because you wanted to learn something about Søren Kirkegaard. You wanted new knowledge that you didn't have before. You value knowledge, and you believe that it's somehow important to have. Moreover, the very idea of these kinds of open online courses says that knowledge should be free and open to everyone and should not be the private domain of specific individuals, for example, in government or elite universities. Everyone should have the opportunity to learn and to acquire new knowledge. While this seems, on the face of it, to be very straightforward, our modern world renders this picture very problematic. It raises difficult questions that need careful consideration. While it's true that knowledge has brought us many things that have improved the lives of people around the globe, it's been a double-edged sword. It has also brought us terrible things. Knowledge in science has given us, for example, chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons that could potentially destroy all human life on the planet. World War I and World War II were fought with advanced weapons that cost the lives of millions. The Holocaust could never have taken place if it were not for the development of new technologies based on new knowledge. Today, we have major environmental problems such as global warming and the destruction of the ozone layer that are caused by the byproducts of human technology. While it's true that knowledge and technology have helped us to improve our environment, they are also equally effective in destroying it. Even the question of the open access to knowledge, right? The fundamental premise behind our online course. It's not unproblematic. What does it mean to share knowledge? I can stand here and share with you some knowledge of the thought of Søren Kierkegaard, and yeah, this seems not to be any kind of a problem. But you can go onto the internet and you can find people sharing knowledge about, for example, how to build a bomb. This kind of knowledge makes us all a little uneasy. Should this be freely accessible to everyone? Should all countries in the world have the knowledge to produce nuclear weapons? Once human beings start out on this road to reason, science, and technology, there's no way back. It's a one-way street. Once people discover how to make a nuclear weapon, the genie is out of the bottle and can't be put back. As Kirkegaard says of his character, Johannes Climacus, once he begins to doubt, and once he starts this process and he then becomes alienated from the world around him, then he can't return to his previous state of innocence. With considerations of this kind, we can begin to see the point behind the story of the fall in Genesis. The world east of Eden is a dangerous and uncomfortable one. Likewise, the stories of Socrates, Faust, and Johannes Climacus, they're not just tales from a distant past. On the contrary, they're the story of our perilous world in the 21st century. Today we occasionally hear talk about nihilism, the nihilism of modern society, or the lapse of traditional values. People struggle with the lack of meaning in their lives. Indeed, perhaps some of you have experienced the same phenomenon in one form or another in the context of your own society or life. Why is this such a widespread modern problem? In the past, it was thought that the universe was not all that large and that the earth was at its center. It occupied a special place, and God had created it for a special purpose. Human beings like you and me played a special role in this. We were part of God's plans and were favored among all the creatures of the world. People in those days, of course, were well aware of the difficulties and contingencies of life. They knew disease, suffering, and death. But in the face of this, it was a great comfort to think that the earth was an absolutely unique and special place that God was personally interested in. God cared about the fate and struggles of families and individuals. After a long period of historical and scientific development, this picture has changed. Geologists today tell us that one day the molten rock at the core of the earth will cool off. The earth will stop rotating on its axis and will lose its magnetic field. When this happens, its protecting atmosphere will be blown off into space by the solar wind, at which point the earth will become uninhabitable, since it will be directly exposed to the dangerous rays of the sun. Astronomers tell us that one day the sun will begin to run out of the fuel that powers it, and it will enter into its final stages of life. When this happens, the sun will rapidly expand, becoming a red giant. It will then engulf and vaporize the earth. Our beloved planet will cease to exist. Sometime after this, the sun itself will breathe its last gasp and will explode in an event called a nova. With this, our solar system will no longer exist. No trace of it will remain, and it will be as if we never existed. In contrast to the earlier view, this picture offers precious little comfort. Indeed, when we think about it a lot, it starts to become somewhat disturbing. In this vast cosmic play of planets, stars, and galaxies, which is larger than one can even imagine and operates on timescales that are inconceivable, what is the meaning of my life? Nothing that I will ever do will change these basic facts. The earth, the sun, they will be destroyed. There's nothing that I or you or all of humanity collectively could do about this. Think of your dearest hopes and dreams, your struggles and achievements, all the things that makes your life important and meaningful to you. Now ask yourself, what do these mean on this cosmic scale? Does the universe care that you want to get a university degree, that you hope to obtain a good job or have a beautiful home? Does the universe care that you have inward doubts and anxieties, that you feel pain and suffering? In all of these things, the universe seems cruelly indifferent. As Macbeth says, the sound and fury of all of human life amounts to nothing. Our existence is but a flicker of a brief candle. When we look at things from this modern perspective, then it's easy to take a critical view of the events and customs that make up our daily lives. People who take themselves or the actions in their lives very seriously suddenly seem to have lost perspective. They appear to pursue petty goals in their petty lives, all the while pretending that they're achieving something grand and monumental. They fail to see that, in the end, all of their efforts will amount to nothing. This is the perspective of the modern nihilist, the person who believes that there's no real meaning in the world. Kirkegaard is interested in the problem of the meaninglessness of life. He regards this as an important modern phenomenon that must be taken seriously. In the second part of the concept of irony, he treats different forms of what he calls modern irony. The positions that he looks at are very similar to that of the modern nihilist. So we now turn to this analysis to see what insights it might hold for the modern problem of the absence of meaning in our 21st century world. In the introduction to part 2 of the concept of irony, Kirkegaard reiterates that the goal of the work is to examine the development of irony in its historical forms. As he noted at the beginning of the book, 2 elements are required for this analysis. First, the idea or concept of irony, and second, the actual empirical phenomenon of it. On the one hand, we need the concept so that we can recognize specific instances of it. Without the concept of irony in our minds, it would be impossible for us to determine concrete instances of irony in the world. Just as if we didn't know the concept of dog, we'd be unable to identify which animals in the actual world are dogs. On the other hand, we also need the empirical phenomenon of irony, since without it, our concept or idea of irony would simply float in the air and have no contact with the real world. So Kirkegaard claims that we must continue to operate with the concept of irony, but be sure that we focus on specific instances of it in actuality. The two are intertwined. The concept is in the phenomenon, and the phenomenon in the concept. The first phenomenon of irony that was explored in the first part of the work was, of course, that of Socrates. He used irony and introduced the notion of subjectivity into the world. According to Kirkegaard, who's following Hegel on this point, this marked a major step in the development of human thinking. After Socrates, the idea of subjectivity didn't simply disappear. On the contrary, it caught on, and in the course of time became more and more important. People began to realize the significance and value of subjectivity in contrast to the broad sphere of custom and tradition. Kirkegaard now says that in the modern world, a new form of irony is introduced, but it's not identical with Socratic irony. Since Socrates, subjectivity has had several centuries to develop. Now in the modern world, we accept the role of subjectivity in a positive way. This is completely different from the ancient Greeks who, with the exception of Socrates, rejected it. So when irony arises in the modern world, it does so against an entirely different background and with an entirely different point of departure. In each case, irony is an assertion of subjectivity, but since in the modern world subjectivity is already established, it must assert itself in an even more radical manner. Kirkegaard writes, quote, "For a new mode of irony to be able to appear now, it must result from the assertion of subjectivity on a still higher form. It must be subjectivity raised to the second power, a subjectivity's subjectivity, which corresponds to reflection's reflection." Kirkegaard associates modern irony with the movement of German Romanticism, which is represented by figures such as Friedrich von Schlegel, Ludwig Tieck, and Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand Solger. Each of these three figures attempted to employ irony in his specific field. Kirkegaard also notes that Hegel had an important criticism of the Romantics, and he wishes to take this into account in his own analysis. It's to these forms of modern irony that Kirkegaard now turns. What do we mean when we refer to German Romanticism? This is an intellectual movement that's difficult to define in a few words since it's so diverse and contains so many different elements. Romanticism is usually thought to be the movement that arose in France, England, and the German states in the second half of the 18th century as a reaction to the Enlightenment. While the Enlightenment focused on the faculty of reason to criticize the church and the reigning political order, that is, absolute monarchy, Romanticism focused on feeling and emotion. The Enlightenment was regarded as the politically progressive force at the time, sweeping away superstition and outdated practices and institutions. But the leading figures of Romanticism found something abstract and sterile in the Enlightenment. The faculty of reason is something that's shared by everyone. We're all able to understand science and mathematics in the same way, since we all possess the faculty of reason. In a sense, my own personal opinion about these things doesn't really matter. They're true independent of me. I can recognize their truth when I employ my reason. According to the Romantics, this means that in order to understand something, I must in effect abstract from myself. In my rational faculty, there's nothing special or unique about me as a specific person. On the contrary, this is what I share with everyone else. The Romantics argue that it's only in feeling and emotion that my true self really emerges. Only I have the specific set of feelings that I possess at any given point in time. This is what is special about the individual and what should be cultivated. By contrast, the Enlightenment's adulation of reason in effect forgets the individual. There's no room left for the individual in the Enlightenment picture. The Romantics, therefore, tried to celebrate individuality. This meant criticizing the Enlightenment emphasis on science and reason. It also meant criticizing different kinds of conformism in society. Therefore, they mounted an aggressive attack on bourgeois life and values. Friedrich von Schlegel, for example, wrote a book titled Lucinda, in which he shocked the middle-class society of the day with his allusions to free sexual acts outside of marriage. The Romantics dreamed of a world in which each individual could express his or her true self. In their criticism of the Enlightenment and mainstream society, the Romantics often made use of irony. On November the 11th, 1802, the Danish philosopher Henrik Steffens began a series of lectures here at Ehlers College in which he introduced the work of the German Romantics to Denmark. These lectures were extremely popular and were attended by some of the leading intellectuals of the Danish Golden Age. The Romantics focused squarely on the value and integrity of the individual. Irony is something that isolates individuals and undermines the social whole. Why is this the case? Kirkegaard points out that the use of irony as a strategic tool is an action that requires considered reflection. The ironist looks at the way most people use language and cunningly interjects irony into this. Kirkegaard claims that there is a certain superiority in this, and that the ironist takes himself to be more clever than the ordinary person, and his use of language with irony is more subtle and sophisticated than ordinary daily speech. The ironist takes joy in using irony and then waiting to see who in the conversation picks up on it. He takes particular joy when other people fail to notice it and take him to be stating his views straightforwardly. He feels superior to them. The ironist is critical of bourgeois life and enjoys ironically criticizing it. He looks down on other people whom he regards as unreflectively caught up in the petty affairs of this kind of life. Unlike them, he believes that he alone sees the hollowness of bourgeois existence and has the courage to expose its shortcomings. Thus, with this disposition and this use of irony, the person is separating himself from most everyone else. He regards himself not as a part of the mainstream, which would mean undermining his individuality, but rather as a loner, an outsider. This is, in his eyes, the only authentic life. The goal with modern irony is in a sense the same as with Socratic irony, to expose people who are complacent or overly confident. The ironist pretends to go along with things when dealing with such people, but all the while, he subtly undermines their claims and arrogant dispositions indirectly with irony. So in this way, the ironist, who might be in a less respected position socially, can nonetheless prove himself superior to people who are generally regarded as the pillars of bourgeois society. The ironist thus takes special pleasure in fooling those people who are honored or hold prestigious positions in life. Most people are bound by certain customs and conventions of society. Their actions are in a sense dictated by such things. The ironist, by contrast, rejects all such established customs and conventions. He regards himself as being free from them since he's seen through their facade of legitimacy. He knows that such things are only traditional or conventional, but have no absolute grounding. This is what Kirkegaard means when he says that actuality loses its validity for the ironist. Since he's seen through such customary practices, he's free to ignore them and act as he pleases. Kirkegaard describes this with Hegel's term, subjective freedom. He writes, I quote, "The salient feature of irony is the subjective freedom that at all times has in its power the possibility of beginning and is not handicapped by earlier situations. Almost all of our behavior follows the pattern of previous behavior in previous situations. As noted, this behavior is governed by customs and traditions. Since the ironist doesn't believe in these, he's free to start anew, ex nihilo, each time. One is subjectively free in a sense that one acts based on one's own decisions and inclinations and not in accordance with some criterion that comes from without, that is, external custom or tradition." Kirkegaard describes many different forms of irony, but the key one is what he calls irony in the immanent sense. One can be ironic about specific things in one's culture that one finds to be mistaken or wrong. In this way, one aims irony at a specific target, for example, a corrupt institution or a hypocritical individual. But irony in the immanent sense intends to criticize or negate not something specific, but rather everything, that is, an entire culture or way of life. Thus, the German Romantics wanted not just to criticize specific elements of bourgeois life and keep the rest, but rather they wanted to undermine society as a whole. Kirkegaard says that this form of irony, quote, "is directed not against this or that particular existing entity, but against the entire given actuality at a certain time and under certain conditions." He borrows a phrase from Hegel and refers to this form of irony as infinite absolute negativity. Irony is by its very nature something that's critical or negates something. This form of irony is infinite since it's not satisfied to criticize or negate just specific finite things, but rather wants to criticize everything. It's absolute in the sense that it regards everything that it criticizes as merely finite convention. Such conditions are merely relative and have no deeper binding power than human law or custom. By contrast, the ironist's own position is absolute. Indeed, it's the sole absolute that says that there are no absolutes and that all truth is relative. Kirkegaard notes an odd convergence in two standpoints that seem on the face of it to be at the opposite ends of the spectrum, namely the pious religious view and the ironist. One might think that these two views have absolutely nothing to do with one another, since religion represents a part of the traditions and conventions of society that the ironist is constantly trying to undermine. But Kirkegaard enjoins us to look closer. He recalls the words of Ecclesiastes, "Everything is vanity." This view says that all the affairs of human life are vain and transient in comparison to what is really important, namely God. In other words, God is the absolute, and everything else, that is, everything coming from humans, is merely relative and finite. In short, vanity. Irony comes to the same conclusion about the mundane world of human society. It agrees that all is vanity, but not because it believes that God is the absolute. Instead, its absolute is that there are no absolutes. What's interesting is that the disposition of both the pious religious believer and the ironists separate them from the mainstream society and daily life in the world, which neither can take seriously. Although the modern ironist seems to be a kind of nihilist that could not be further away from religious belief, this strangely seems to be a case where opposites converge. Like the religious believer, the ironist believes that this truth sets him free, specifically from the tyranny of custom, tradition, and hypocrisy in the world. An important figure for the young Kirkegaard during his days as a student at the University of Copenhagen was a man named Johann Ludwig Heiberg. Heiberg came from an intellectual family, was a leading poet, dramatist, and literary critic in Denmark in the 1830s and 40s. As a child, he lived for a time in this house called the Hill House, which belonged to the literary scholar Knud Lunar Rabeck, who was a close friend of Heiberg's father, who had been exiled from the Danish kingdom. Rabeck's home was known as one of the great literary salons of Golden Age Copenhagen. When he was older, Heiberg went to Paris, where he studied French vaudeville, which he brought to the stage of the Royal Theatre in Copenhagen when he came back. He was the editor of the leading journal for aesthetics and criticism of the age called Københavns Flyvende Post, or Copenhagen's Flying Post. It was in this journal that Kirkegaard published his first articles. Heiberg's wife, Johanna Louisa Heiberg, was the leading actress of the day. In Kirkegaard's article, The Crisis in the Life of an Actress, is dedicated to analysis of her art. Heiberg's mother, Thomasina Bunsen, known as Madame Gullenborg, was a popular novelist, and Kirkegaard's work, A Literary Review, examines her novel, Two Ages. Heiberg's many interests also included philosophy, which he used, among other things, to try to ground his theory of aesthetics. Heiberg's philosophical orientation came from his experience with Hegel's philosophy. He learned about Hegel when he was working as a lecturer at the University of Kiel. He became so interested in what he had read that he went to Berlin in 1824 and attended Hegel's lectures. This was an exciting period at the University of Berlin when Hegel's power was at its height, and he was surrounded by a large number of adoring students who came from all over Europe. Heiberg's first-hand encounter with Hegel was one of the great revelations of his life. He describes this as a kind of epiphany that he experienced on his return from Berlin to Kiel. Heiberg returned to Copenhagen and began to make a campaign to introduce Hegel's philosophy to his fellow countrymen. As a part of this campaign, he wanted to give a series of private lectures on the subject. To announce this, he published a short pamphlet in March of 1833 entitled On the Significance of Philosophy for the Present Age. This work presents some of the basics of Hegel's philosophy and issued an invitation for interested students to sign up for the lectures. Heiberg begins the treatise by claiming that the present age is in a state of crisis. According to his Hegelian theory of history, there are different periods or epochs of history, each of which has its own values, traditions, and worldviews. The period offers the people at the time a stable picture of reality that they can use to understand the world and their lives. However, from time to time, as history develops and new ways of thinking and scientific discoveries appear, the stable points of orientation of a given period begin to falter. Then, a period of crisis begins, which results in the collapse of the reigning worldview. In this crisis, people begin to feel uncertain and anxious since they no longer have any firm points on which to base their existence. Heiberg's diagnosis of his own time is that it is in a state of crisis. in the wake of the tumults caused by the Enlightenment at the end of the 18th century, people had lost their belief in traditional institutions and practices. The Enlightenment criticized monarchical power, which had held sway in Europe for centuries. It rejected traditional religious belief as superstition and tried to undermine the power of the church. According to Heiberg, the result of this is subjectivism, relativism, and nihilism. People didn't know what to believe in any longer. He says that a similar crisis took place during the Roman Empire when institutions from past ages continued to exist, but they were empty since no one believed in them any longer. He writes, they were, quote, like a ghost from past ages which had lost all meaning in the present. He explains that in this condition, people, quote, felt abandoned by all gods since the entire world of gods was dead. While he says this about the Roman world, the implication is clear. This is a problem of his own age as well. Heiberg's claim is that in his own day, people have become uncertain about what used to be fixed points of human existence in, for example, religion, art, and philosophy. The age must urgently find a solution before it collapses into a complete relativism and nihilism. This is, for Heiberg, the great challenge of the day. In Kirkegaard's chapter, The World Historical Validity of Irony, he takes up Heiberg's understanding of the development of history through periods of stability and crisis. He follows Heiberg by claiming that the worldviews of the periods of history are transient and mutable. He writes, I quote, "The given actuality at a certain time is the actuality valid for the generation and the individuals in that generation. But then, when the old worldviews cease to be plausible, quote, this actuality must be displaced by another actuality, and this must occur through and by individuals and the generation." So just like Heiberg, Kirkegaard claims that the changes in the worldviews take place by individuals ceasing to believe in the key elements that sustain the common culture. His goal is to understand the use of irony historically at times when a given worldview is in crisis. Instead of talking about a worldview of a specific people or period, Kirkegaard uses the words existence and actuality to capture this. He explains the situation of a person using irony in a time when a culture's traditions and values are starting to crumble. In such a situation, quote, the whole of existence has become alien to the ironic subject, and the ironic subject in turn alien to existence. And as a result, quote, actuality has lost its validity for the ironic subject. The person using irony does so since he or she feels alienated from mainstream traditions and values. The ironist is able to see that these traditions and values are not firmly grounded and no longer have credibility. If this concerns many different aspects of one's culture, then suddenly one feels alienated from everything and from the actuality of one's time. Kirkegaard points out that there are two aspects of this development. Quote, the new must forge ahead and, quote, the old must be displaced. There are people in any given age of crisis who perceive the crisis very clearly. Kirkegaard follows Heiberg on this point, since Heiberg separates the intellectuals of the age from the common masses, claiming that the great minds of the period are the ones leading the vanguard of humanity out of the crisis and into the new age. They have some intuition about the new period that will emerge from the crisis. This is what Kirkegaard describes as the prophetic individual. Heiberg calls these people the educated or cultured people, and in his own age he identifies two figures as the leaders of humanity, urging everyone on to embrace a new worldview: Goethe and Hegel. For Kirkegaard, the ironist is the one who perceives the present crisis clearly. But the ironist has no clear picture of what the future will hold. He has only vague intuitions. Thus his goal is not to construct that future. He sees only the contradictions of the present and tries to make these clear to other people in order to precipitate the crisis that will lead to the new age. The ironist points to the future without knowing concretely what it is. Kirkegaard follows what Heiberg describes at the beginning of On the Significance of Philosophy for the Present Age, when he talks about the common culture striving, quote, powerfully forward in manifold directions, without anyone really knowing where it will lead. Heiberg talks about the educated and cultivated people of any given period being those who are prophetic in the sense of catching a fleeting glimpse of the new age beyond the ruins of the present. For Kirkegaard, it's precisely from this educated class that the ironist comes. Kirkegaard talks about the ironist as, quote, a sacrifice that the world process demands. By this, he means that in any age of crisis, there will be people who use irony to try to tear away at the decaying structure of the present. Such people will invariably be resented and disdained by those of their contemporaries who try to hold on firmly to the structure. As a result, such prophetic ironists are often subject to persecution. Kirkegaard describes the ironist as negatively free, in the sense that the ironist is freed from the usual demands of custom and tradition. Indeed, the ironist regards the rest of society as unreflective slaves to customary patterns of behavior. There's thus a great sense of liberation to know that one is no longer subject to such constraints of society and that the wide world of possibility lies open. One can dress, speak, and act in any way that one wishes, and there's no need to conform to the usual social norms. This gives the ironist the sense that there is in fact something new that replaces what's been destroyed. The key for Kirkegaard is that the ironist must feel this sense of freedom vis-a-vis the established order of things. He writes, quote, face to face with the given actuality, the subjectivity feels its power, its validity and meaning. This is what Hegel referred to as subjective freedom. One must realize the absolute and irreducible value of the individual and its rights. This is not something that's simply given, but rather it develops historically. Our understanding of what human beings are as individuals has changed radically over time, and the principle of subjective freedom has come to be realized. This leads Kirkegaard in a key passage to conclude, quote, insofar as this irony is world historically justified, the subjectivity's emancipation is carried out in the service of the idea. So for Kirkegaard, the point of irony is not simply to make fun of people or to engage in irony for its own sake. Instead, the justification for irony from a historical perspective is that it is used to focus on and develop the principle of subjective freedom. It is in the service of this idea. This was the mission of Socrates. Indeed, it was Hegel's interpretation that Socrates was the first to begin to develop subjective freedom historically. Hegel contrasts Socratic irony and the irony of the German Romantics. And here we see a key idea behind Kierkegaard's work, The Concept of Irony, which provides an analysis and comparison of exactly these two forms of irony. Hegel points out that while the Romantics turned to Socrates to justify their use of irony, this use is quite different from that of Socrates himself. In his lectures, Hegel associates romantic irony with Friedrich von Schlegel, the philologist Friedrich Ast, and the philosopher Johann Gottlieb Fichte, all three of whom are discussed by Kierkegaard in his work. According to Hegel, these authors wish to use irony as a purely negative tool to tear down any idea, custom, belief, institution, tradition, and so forth. In other words, irony can be used in the service of relativism or nihilism to criticize anything and everything. The Romantics have extended the Socratic principle to a universal one. But for Hegel, Socrates' goal was not to destroy for the sheer joy of destroying, but rather in order to reach the truth. For Hegel, it's a mistake to understand Socrates as the originator of this kind of irony. It's true that Socrates placed the focus on the individual and subjectivity, but this was very different from the understanding of subjectivity in the Romantics. Hegel's critical of the Romantics since he sees them as relativists who simply try to assert their own whimsical views and opinions in opposition to accepted custom and tradition. Hegel imagines an advocate of this position who says, quote, it's I who through my educated thoughts can annul all determinations of right, morality, good, etc., because I am clearly master of them. And I know that if anything seems good to me, I can easily subvert it because things are only true to me insofar as they please me now. The romantic can also change his view at will when it no longer continues to please him. While it's true that for Socrates the individual must reach the truth for him or herself, this doesn't mean that the truth is something that's arbitrary or relative to each individual. It doesn't justify a self-satisfied enjoyment of one's own private truth at the expense of a publicly accepted one. Socrates doesn't arrogantly believe that his views are superior to those of other people. Unlike the Romantics, he doesn't openly mock accepted custom and tradition. Hegel thus concludes that Socrates' irony is, quote, a manner of speech, a pleasant rallying, or, in the translation of Kirkegaard's quotation of it in the concept of irony, a manner of conversation, sociable pleasantry. This stands in contrast to the Romantics' satirical laughter or pretense, which treats the idea as though it, quote, were nothing but a joke. Kirkegaard then turns to Hegel's treatment of irony. He points out that Hegel's generally a quite consistent critic of irony, especially in its modern form in the German Romantics. Indeed, Hegel's highly polemical in his treatment of figures such as Friedrich von Schlegel. Kirkegaard seems to have a mixed assessment of this. On the one hand, he agrees with Hegel's criticism of these figures as relativists and takes Hegel to have performed an important service by criticizing them. He writes, I quote, "It's one of Hegel's great merits that he halted, or at least wanted to halt, the prodigal sons of speculation on their way to perdition." But then, on the other hand, he thinks that Hegel is overly critical of the Romantics, and this leads him to fail to see the truth of irony. Kirkegaard thinks that since Hegel has no patience whatsoever for romantic irony, he's unable to distinguish this from other forms of irony. In short, Hegel throws together all forms of irony into one negative idea, which he proceeds to criticize. But by doing so, he fails to appreciate Socratic irony, which is a different form of irony. Kirkegaard thinks that Hegel completely misses the point with Socrates' irony when he describes it as merely a manner of conversation, sociable pleasantry. This fails to recognize the deeper underlying point of Socrates' use of irony. Kierkegaard's main criticism is that Hegel in the end ascribes something positive to Socrates. In other words, for Hegel, the goal of Socrates' irony was simply to start up a discussion that would lead to a determination of the concept or the universal. But Kierkegaard claims that Socrates is negativity through and through. His goal is not to construct something, but rather to negate. It's important to appreciate just how counterintuitive Kierkegaard's position is here. Usually, if there's a problem, our immediate instinct is to try to solve it. If there's a question of a concept, then our goal is to try to define it. We're uncomfortable in remaining in a situation with unresolved problems or uncertain situations. We naturally want to try to resolve them. But Kierkegaard's position is just the opposite of this. For Kierkegaard, resolving something or constructing something is not beneficial to the individual. Rather, it's a terrible disservice. If you cure doubt or assuage the pain of nihilism by supplying an answer, you rob the individual of his own subjective responsibility to search for the truth. This is even worse if what you construct as truth isn't even true, which is what Kierkegaard regarded the sophists to be doing in Socrates' time, and what he regarded the priests and the academics to be doing in his own time. Kierkegaard's Socrates is negative, that is, in a sense, a nihilist, but that's all right. This frees the subject to search for the truth subjectively. The key difference between Kierkegaard's Socrates and Kierkegaard's Romantics is that Socrates doesn't stop the search or cynically make up the truth like Kierkegaard's Romantics. As we know, Kierkegaard's The Concept of Irony attempts to trace the use of irony historically. In other words, he wishes to understand how and when irony arose and how it developed over time. Today, this kind of study would fall under the heading History of Ideas. Kierkegaard's work is something of a hybrid. On the one hand, it's not a purely historical work, since Kierkegaard isn't interested in history per se. He's not tracing kings, wars, expeditions of discovery, and things of that sort. On the other hand, it's not a purely conceptual work either. He's not interested just in the concept of irony on its own, separated from its historical context. His work rather involves both elements, and this is what he discusses in his introduction. First, there's the element of the historical phenomenon, that is, the concrete use of irony by the concrete person Socrates in ancient Athens. This involves understanding Socrates in the context of the ancient Greek world and the Athenian city-state. So there's an empirical element here that's based on the extant sources of Socrates' life and thought, Plato, Xenophon, and Aristophanes. But second, there's also a conceptual element, or an element of thought involved. History isn't simply a catalog of raw data that's repeated to the reader for immediate consumption. Rather, the sources need to be interpreted. Situations and events must be reconstructed, and connections must be inferred. Certain things need to be judged to be central and important, while others are disregarded and cast aside as irrelevant and unimportant. This is the work of the historian. In order to do this work, one must invariably make use of certain ideas, concepts, or organizational schemes to facilitate one's interpretations of the events. Kierkegaard points out that both of these elements are required to approach subject matter of this kind. It would be absurd to bury oneself in the empirical phenomena alone and leave it at that, since this would not be illuminating in any way. The empirical data needs interpretation before it can be meaningful. Likewise, it would be absurd to focus exclusively on the conceptual side without even giving a look to the empirical phenomena, since this would end in complete abstraction, and the analysis would, so to speak, float in the air away from actual existence and reality. One needs both particularity, the raw empirical data of history, and universality, the idea or concepts. Kierkegaard associates the empirical side with history and the conceptual side with philosophy. He recognizes the importance of both for his study. And I quote, "Both of them ought to have their rights so that, on the one hand, the phenomenon has its rights and is not to be intimidated and discouraged by philosophy's superiority, and philosophy, on the other hand, is not to let itself be infatuated by the charms of the particular, is not to be distracted by the superabundance of the particular." So for Kierkegaard, both sides have their validity, and both are necessary for the kind of study that he's presenting. This is worth noting, since Kierkegaard is often characterized as someone who's anti-conceptual, or someone who celebrates existence and actuality while rejecting all forms of abstraction and theory. But here it's clear that he values ideas and concepts, but he simply believes that they must be grounded in experience or concrete phenomena. Thus, the work is called not the empirical phenomenon of irony, but rather the concept of irony. In his overview of Hegel's understanding of Socrates, Kierkegaard criticizes Hegel for placing too much emphasis on the concept and not enough on the empirical phenomenon. He reproaches Hegel for not being philologically exacting in the sense that he doesn't make a close study of all the relevant sources, but instead is too quick to focus on the general concept in abstraction from its concrete historical grounding. Kierkegaard implies that Hegel isn't as concerned as he should be about the details of history, but rather tries simply to give the big picture. Hegel's not worried that perhaps not all of the details from the sources fit into this big picture. He caricatures Hegel as the commander-in-chief of world history who just takes a royal glimpse at things before moving along. Kierkegaard believes that this leads to a distortion of the interpretation of Socrates. He thinks that Hegel's view fails to recognize the inconsistencies in the accounts of Socrates given by the ancient sources. Since Hegel observes Socrates, so to speak, from a bird's eye view, he fails to see some important details about the person of Socrates, which can't be reduced to a part of some grand historical narrative. I'm joined here today by Professor Heiko Schulz from the Faculty of Theology at the Johann Wolfgang Goethe University in Frankfurt in Germany. Professor Schulz is one of the leading international experts for Kierkegaard's relations to German philosophy and theology in the 1830s and 40s. Moreover, Professor Schulz is also in charge of an ambitious translation project where they're translating Kierkegaard's writings from Danish into German. Professor Schulz, Kierkegaard claims that methodologically, his analysis of irony takes into account the abstract concept and the concrete historical phenomenon. He criticizes Hegel's account of Socrates and Socratic irony for placing too much emphasis on the concept and for not being philologically exacting with regard to the historical side. How do you understand this criticism, and do you think it's a fair one?
Well, how do I understand the basic idea underlying his criticism, namely the idea of a relation between the concrete historical phenomenon and the concept? It seems to me that both Hegel and Kierkegaard want to point out, when we talk about a world historical person, a world historical subject such as Socrates, we could differentiate between these two aspects. Socrates actually was acting as an individual, a historical individual, talking to people. So there are very many aspects and details belonging to his historical concretion, so to speak. And that's part of what Kierkegaard calls the historical phenomenon. But at the same time, of course, Socrates is a world historical individual. That means he's representing or bringing out or bringing about some world historically decisive idea or concept in the Hegelian terms. And it seems to me that Kierkegaard shares this basic assumption with Hegel, shares the assumption that we have to bring in both aspects and both details, and maybe that there's a certain dialectic going on between the concrete historical phenomenon and the concept carried or represented by it. So much for their common convictions with regard to this point. Now, Kierkegaard seems to complain in relation to Hegel that Hegel undervalued the historical side, the concrete side, by going or by moving over into the conceptual side all too quickly. And to a certain extent, I would agree to this, because Hegel is just interested in the idea, or seems to be just interested in the idea that Socrates is representing or bringing about.
Yeah, but then, given that Kierkegaard himself makes use of exactly this methodology, do you think that this is a fair criticism?
To a certain extent, I would say it is not fair. So, as I said already, they share basic methodological assumptions. They share the basic dialectic between the historical phenomenon and the concept. But Kierkegaard seems to want to say that Hegel undervalues the concrete historical phenomenon of Socrates. Why does he think so? Well, because he's of the opinion there's something very specific about this historical phenomenon of Socrates. And what is this very specific aspect? It is a combination of irony and of having a deep felt and basic interest in the good. And both Hegel and Kierkegaard agree upon the historical function of Socrates of being the founder of morality, if only in this very restricted respect that he sort of founded the principle of human conscience and other things. But Kierkegaard's problem is, how does this function, or how this idea or this concept of the Socratic role, how does it relate to his historical acting in a very ironic way? At least in as much as we know from Plato's dialogues and other sources. So how does this relate to one another? How does it fit together, being ironic on the one hand and being basically interested in the good and in an ethical sense? And but that's a specific Kierkegaardian problem, it seems to me, which he unfolds in the concept of irony. But now he complains over against Hegel that he does not give a satisfying solution of the problem. And my impression is Hegel doesn't give any satisfying solution because it is not his problem. So in that sense, it seems that the criticism is unfair. It's not that they both give a description and a solution, and one is convincing or not. The fact is that Hegel doesn't have the same problem, and so it's very natural that he doesn't come up with any solution.
Kierkegaard's second criticism of Hegel has to do with Hegel's understanding of Socrates as the founder of morality. Hegel's telling a long story about the development of philosophy in Western culture. He sees Socrates as playing an important role in this development, since he was the first person to realize the importance of subjective freedom. This meant that morality was not just about what was already fixed and given outwardly by one's culture, but rather it was something that was inward and concerned one's own thoughts, considerations, and conscience. This was a positive principle that entered into history at this time. According to Hegel, this was an important step in the development of human culture, and this form of morality is one of the characteristic features of the modern world. Kierkegaard is critical of this since he thinks that it's a mistake to ascribe some positive principle to Socrates. It's a mistake to think that Socrates founded some school of philosophy or some social movement. Instead, Kierkegaard wants to insist that Socrates' service historically was entirely negative. He critically dismantled the pretension of the sophists and the mainstream Athenian citizen. On the one hand, he showed the hollowness of the relativism of the sophists, and on the other hand, he pointed out that the ideas that his fellow Athenians prided themselves on were baseless and couldn't stand the test of rational explanation. But in both cases, Socrates' contribution is a negative one. He doesn't, at the end, present some positive view of his own, either to the sophists or to his fellow citizens. He simply leaves the matter without resolution. At the end, there's negation or aporia, but no solution. Kierkegaard says that we need to hold fast to this picture of Socrates and resist the urge of historians or philosophers to incorporate him into in a larger narrative about the development of history or philosophy in a positive way. Hegel has mistakenly attributed to Socrates a positive role as looking forward to and anticipating later developments. But the truth of the matter is that Socrates was not forward-looking, but rather backward-looking. Socrates was responding to individuals and institutions that already existed and criticizing them. But this is where it stopped. He was making a negative statement about Greek culture and thought at the time, but he never managed to find the truth or to present something positive for later ages to build upon. Socrates claims to be seeking the good, that is, the concept of the good. He's constantly asking people for a definition of this, and he's given answers that reflect Athenian values and views. One by one, he undermines all of these and shows how none of the definitions seems to be consistent. While both Kierkegaard and Hegel agree on this, Kierkegaard's point is that the focus should be on the eternal search for the good and not arriving at it. Kierkegaard thus focuses on Socrates' irony as a defining feature, since this irony is purely negative. It tears down in the sense that it's critical of specific theses, doctrines, definitions, etc., but it doesn't build up. There's no positive element in it. Kierkegaard's account of the Romantics and modern irony sounds like an interesting chapter in the history of ideas. But is this really meaningful in any way at all for our modern world today? Do we really care about what Kierkegaard had to say about long-forgotten German authors like Tieck and Solger? Let's think for a moment about who we are and our role in the modern life. All of you many online students come from different parts of the world with different customs and values. Each and every one of you has an idea or a conception of yourself. Take a moment and reflect on what that is. When you look at yourself in the mirror and ask, who am I? What kind of an answer do you give yourself? Our problem in the modern world is that as soon as we try to articulate who we are, we immediately run into the problem that there are many other people who share exactly the same characteristics that we do. When I say, for example, that I'm a person who enjoys reading about philosophy or a person who's interested in the thought of Soren Kierkegaard, then I've not really said anything that could define who I am as an individual, since there are many other people in the world, probably most all of you, thousands of online students who share exactly these same properties. It then becomes a more urgent question to determine what it is that makes me uniquely who I am. We often identify ourselves by our clothes, our styles, and possessions. But take a moment and consider this. When I look at myself, I see that I'm wearing this shirt, these pants, these shoes, but none of these things is uniquely mine. All of these are mass produced, and if I were to go outside onto the street, it probably wouldn't take me too long to find people wearing exactly the same shirt, exactly the same pants, exactly the same shoes. In the old days, before mass production, articles like this were made by craftsmen. Each one of these articles was unique, and individuals who possessed them had literally something that was one of a kind. By contrast, since the Industrial Revolution, virtually everything is made in mass quantities by machines. The world today is made, as it were, by cookie cutter machines that produce everything around us in preset forms. The danger is that each of us has become just one more product of this machine. Think of Andy Warhol's famous picture of the Campbell's soup tomato cans lined up one on top of another. This is an image of modernity. The fear of many of us is that we might become like one of these soup cans. Some people have an urge deep within to revolt against this and to assert their individuality in the face of this kind of conformity. Think of all the ways people try to be different from everyone and express something unique about themselves. Some people dye their hair an odd or striking color, or get a tattoo or pierce some unusual part of their body. But these gestures, while at first radical, also seem to fall short, since in a very short time they are also copied by others, and soon a trend starts, and the result is, again, the same. So many people are doing the same thing that nothing unique or individual is really being expressed. This is our problem in the 21st century, and one that we can see that the Romantics back in Kirkegaard's time already saw coming more than 2 centuries ago. They struggled to assert the value of the individual against the forces of conformity, but they couldn't have imagined the challenges that would come. It is these challenges that we face today. We feel quite convinced that there is something special and unique that makes us who we are. But what is this, and how can we express it? When we fail to answer these questions, we feel disoriented and lost in the world. We feel lost since we can take no consolation in the community or social group, since they undermine our individuality and make us into faceless members of a larger whole. This is the modern problem, where each individual is left to him or herself. So again, ask yourself, who are you really? Of 7 billion human beings on the planet, what makes you that unique person you are? As we've seen previously in this course, modernity presents important challenges to us as we try to understand ourselves and our role in the world. We live today in mass societies, in anonymous cities, where individuals can easily feel lost, dwarfed by the multitude of people. Further, we live in a world where traditional values and beliefs have been shaken at their foundations. Many of the things that used to serve as important points of orientation for people to define themselves by are no longer viable options. When I look at myself in the mirror and ask, who am I want to have clear and straightforward answers. This is an important question to me personally, as it is to all of us. Somewhere down deep, I want to believe that I'm a unique and special individual. I want to believe that there's some kind of soul or spirit or mind that makes me the person I am and that distinguishes me from everyone else. I'm comforted by this kind of a thought, since if it's true, then regardless of how many other billions of people there are in the world, there's only one of me, and that is something special and important. Why does it mean so much to us to believe in such things? This is an important feature of the modern world. In the past, individuality was not such an important thing. Indeed, it was suppressed or actively discouraged. People were brought up to believe that the most important thing was not themselves as individuals, but rather their relations to larger groups. For example, in traditional cultures, it was very important that one belonged to a specific family, and this is what constituted the key elements of one's self-identity. Extended families lived together and functioned as a larger social unit. The Romans had great cults celebrating the ancestors of important families. To belong to a specific family dictated every aspect of one's life, one's marriage opportunities, one's profession, one's political orientation, and so forth. In modern society today, all of this is gone. Extended families no longer live together, and at best, one has a relatively small nuclear family consisting of a father, a mother, and their immediate children. But today, with the frequent rate of divorce and remarriage, as well as with the rise of different forms of cohabitation, the nuclear family itself is becoming ever more fragmented. In modernity, the family thus quickly reduces to a series of separate individuals and no longer serves the same function as it used to. For however important our families are to us today, it's undeniable that they no longer play the same role for us as they did for people in earlier times. The same thing can be said with other forms of association that were formerly used to define one's identity. For example, affiliation with a specific tribe, a specific guild, or a specific religion. When all of these larger units break down, we're left with scattered individuals. As society changes, people feel uncertain about the loosening of the traditional bonds to these older institutions, and more pressure is put on the individual to define him or herself in a different way. If one's self-definition doesn't come from one's affiliation with a family or other larger group, then it must come from oneself. This is the reason for our modern anxiety and uncertainty. The entire weight is placed on our shoulders as individuals to define ourselves. But how should we do this? One of the great ideals of the modern world that one sees in historically relatively new societies, such as the United States, is the notion of the self-made man or woman. That is, the idea that individuals can create a good life for themselves in a capitalist economy based solely on their own abilities and their hard work and determination. They're not dependent on their families, their guild, or anything else for their advancement. No matter what their background, their race, their religion, they can attain success by virtue of their own merit. According to this modern ideal, they can do it on their own. They can, in a sense, create themselves. This is a key issue in Kierkegaard's criticism of romantic irony that we wish to explore today. Who are we, really, as individuals? Can we really invent ourselves? Or are we in some important ways grounded by other things in our lives that we have no control over? The idea of a self-made man is supposed to be a positive ideal that encourages people to work hard, but it can also be a frightening prospect. If I can, in a sense, create myself and have success based on my own abilities, then I can also fail abysmally based on my own lack of ability. I'm alone in the modern world. This is a frightening prospect that constitutes an important challenge of the modern world. Johann Gottlieb Fichte was one of the most important German philosophers in the period between Kant and Hegel. He was profoundly influenced by the philosophy of Kant and saw himself as in some ways continuing in the spirit of it, while at the same time correcting what he took to be its shortcomings. In 1807, Fichte, fleeing from the French advances in the Napoleonic Wars, came here to Copenhagen. Fichte took walks with the physicist Hans Christian Ørsted and his brother the jurist Anders Sander Ørsted in Frederiksberg Garden. It was also here that he met the famous Danish poet Adam Oehlenschläger. Fichte was perhaps best known for his theory of subjectivity. He tried to start from the ground up and find out what could be established philosophically with absolute certainty. According to Fichte, what we know immediately is our own thoughts and sensations. This is the subject, the ego, or the I, which he says posits itself, since there's nothing prior to this. The subject is the most basic thing that can be known, and all other knowledge derives from it. What he calls the ego is the absolute, and everything else is secondary. In beginning with the subject, Fichte, in a sense, follows Descartes' famous foundational starting point, I think, therefore I am. we have first knowledge about the self before we have knowledge about the world. While we can doubt the truth of the knowledge about the world, our self-knowledge is immediate and indubitable. But there's more to Fichte than just Descartes' picture. Fichte was decisively influenced by Kant's theory that the world that we see around us is shaped by our own human faculties of cognition. In other words, we see objects, for example, in space and time, not because space and time are parts of the world itself, but rather because they're parts of our human apparatus for knowing. This means that the entire sphere of objectivity is determined or constructed by our human perceptive or cognitive faculties. This means that all objects in the world reflect something about us as human subjects. The first proposition in Fichte's work, The Science of Knowledge, is that the subject is identical to itself and doesn't recognize anything outside itself as having ultimate truth or validity. Fichte tries to capture this with the formulation I am I, or I is equal to I, which is often expressed in a shorthand version with an equals sign. I is equal to I. By using this formula, Fichte hopes to call to mind the law of identity, one of the fundamental laws of logic that states simply that a thing is a thing, or A is A. The truth of this law is immediately clear to everyone and can't be called into question. Fichte's I am I also refers to the fact that there is a unity of self-consciousness with its representations, which stand for the external objective sphere in general. The point is that I am I includes both the subject and the world, but in the sphere of the subject itself. The world is determined by the representations of the subject. I recognize that there are things in the world that are separate from me, but then I also realize that, more importantly, they're an extension of myself in the sense that they are representations produced by my cognitive faculties. This focus on the subject and the denial of any substantial sphere of objectivity was very attractive to the German Romantics. Fichte seemed to provide them with a metaphysical view that supported their conviction of the flimsy and insubstantial nature of the world of objectivity. By contrast, Fichte's theory put the focus squarely on the individual subject. Hegel ends his lectures on the history of philosophy by treating the most important philosophical movements of his own day. In this context, he examines the philosophy of Fichte at some length. After presenting Fichte's theory, Hegel issues a couple of criticisms. Most importantly, he argues that the I or ego of Fichte represents merely the individual aspect of self-consciousness. But what's missing is the universal aspect, specifically that part which makes humans who they are as human beings. The self that Fichte sketches can only stand apart from and opposed to other selves, since there's nothing to unite them. Here Hegel shows himself to be clearly on the side of the advocates of reason and the Enlightenment, since he claims that the individual is essentially defined by the universal capacity of reason, and not by the individuality of feeling or sense perception. Since we all share the faculty of reason, we can understand things in the same way. Further, we can relate to and understand each other. But lacking the rational dimension, Fichte's subject is cut off from others and isolated. Moreover, Fichte's subject is cut off from the objective sphere in general, which is referred to as the not I. Without rationality, the individual is unable to recognize or consent to the rational elements in the social sphere as a whole. For example, laws, customs, and traditions. Hegel says, I quote, "The Fichtean philosophy recognizes the finite spirit alone, and not the infinite. It does not recognize spirit as universal thought." In short, Fichte's philosophy only recognizes one half of the relation, the subjective half, but it fails to see that the subject, through thought and reason, has a connection to other people and the world of objectivity and actuality. Hegel's point here is that when we think about who we are as human beings and try to articulate that to ourselves, then it's important that our definition capture what's unique about humans. The Romantics focus on feeling in the senses, since they claim that that's what's unique for each individual. Hegel, however, points out that feeling and senses are faculties that we share in common with the animals. These faculties don't identify the truly human element in all of us. Instead, it's the faculty of reason that makes us human and separates us from the animals. Moreover, it's what unites us with one another, since we need the recognition of other human beings to be who we are. At the end of his account, Hegel interprets Fichte's theory of the ego as an important forerunner of the different theories of subjectivism and relativism that are found in German Romanticism. Specifically, he links Fichte's theory of the self-positing ego with Friedrich von Schlegel's theory of irony. In short, Fichte's I is the forerunner of Schlegel's ironist. The ironist doesn't believe in the truth of anything objective. Instead, Hegel says, quote, "The subject here knows itself to be within itself the absolute, and all else to it is vain." But Hegel notes that no one can remain in this relativism for long, and at some point, one requires a fixed truth or point of orientation. He notes that Schlegel himself ultimately abandoned the viewpoint of irony and, in his search for a foundational truth, converted to Catholicism. For Hegel, this is a demonstration that Schlegel himself, in time, came to realize the implausibility of this position. Like Hegel, Kirkegaard traces Fichte's theory of the subject back to Kant's epistemology. As we've noted, for Kant, the faculties of the human mind shape the world that we perceive in important ways. Space and time are not objective facts about the world, but they're a part of the human perceptual apparatus. We can't perceive things without them. Likewise, things such as cause and effect relations, or the idea of substance with properties, belong to the human conceptual structure, which Kant calls the categories of the understanding. So the picture that Kant presents is that we receive these sense data from the outside, which on its own is inchoate, but then our mental and perceptual faculties immediately go to work on this and turn this information into concrete objects that we're used to seeing. Kant calls these representations, since they're not the objects themselves, but rather the result of a cognitive process that organizes the data received by the senses. There thus arises in Kant a split between our representation of a thing, which we're familiar with since it conforms to the rules of our human cognition, and the thing as it is in itself, that is, the thing considered on its own apart from any subject that perceives it. Kant argued that this thing in itself, which Kirkegaard in his text refers to by the German term Ding an sich, can't be known, since we can't abstract from our human cognitive faculties to represent such a thing. So these faculties are the way in which we know the world, but they're also, in a sense, limiting, since they prevent us from knowing how things are in themselves. This caused a great controversy in the reception of Kant's philosophy, since it gave rise to the skeptical problem that we can never know if our representations of objects in the world are true, since we can never compare them to the things in themselves. Kirkegaard points out that Fichte tried to resolve this problem by reconceiving this Kantian model. Fichte claimed that it was absurd to separate content and form in this way. In other words, the content of the representations, according to Kant, comes from the unknown external object, but the form is supplied by the subject's cognitive faculties. Fichte claims instead that content and form are necessarily connected, and so there's no need to posit something external to the subject. The subject can, in a sense, produce its own representations. This is again the idea of the notion of the I is equal to I, since the subject is identical with the external world in the sense that the world is a product of the human cognitive processes. There's a unity of the subject and the object. Kierkegaard's objection to this is much the same as that of Hegel. When the world simply becomes an extension of the human subject and its faculties of cognition, then everything is reduced to subjectivity and nothing objective remains. Kirkegaard writes, and I quote, "When Fichte infinitized the I in this way, he advanced an idealism beside which any actuality turned pale." For Kirkegaard, this meant that Fichte's position represented a radical and absolute negation of the world of actuality. What was true and important was the subject, but the world around us had no independent existence. At a certain level, Fichte's position is attractive to Kirkegaard since it represents negativity, that is, a negation of the world. He takes this to be an important improvement over Kant, who didn't have this negative element in his philosophy because of the doctrine of the thing in itself, which, although unknown, at some level represented the objective truth of the world around us. But Fichte, by contrast, negates this world and shows that it's insubstantial. As we've seen, this was what Socrates did in ancient Athens, and Kirkegaard praised him for this negativity. Kirkegaard believes that this negative experience is important for everyone, and he hints at a Christian meaning to this when he paraphrases from Scripture, saying that this process of negation is necessary, quote, "since everyone who wants to save his soul must lose it." This seems to imply that in order to be a Christian, one must reject or negate the world and withdraw into oneself. Again, following Hegel, Kirkegaard points out that Fichte's theory of the self-positing ego formed the foundation of the theory of irony in later thinkers such as Friedrich von Schlegel and Ludwig Tieck. But according to Kirkegaard, these thinkers distorted Fichte's theory by trying to apply it in a different context. Kirkegaard makes two related objections. He writes, "In the first place, the empirical and finite I was confused with the eternal I. In the second place, metaphysical actuality was confused with historical actuality." Since Fichte was a philosopher, his primary goal was to create a theory of knowledge that corrected the shortcomings of Kant's philosophy. Thus, when he spoke about the self-positing ego, or the I, this was something theoretical, but he wasn't talking about himself or any other particular person. By contrast, Schlegel and Tieck were writers on art and aesthetics, and their agenda was quite different. They took this theoretical entity from Fichte and conceived of it as an actual living and breathing person. In other words, they tried to employ this abstract ego as a model for concrete behavior in the real world. Specifically, Schlegel and Tieck saw in Fichte's theory a powerful tool with which to criticize the world of bourgeois customs, values, and beliefs. Fichte's ego didn't recognize the validity of anything outside itself, and these later Romantic thinkers seized upon this as a way to undermine what they regarded as the old-fashioned and reactionary views in the society of their day. But again, Kirkegaard points out that this differs from Socratic irony, which, as we've seen, was world historically justified. By contrast, he says that the Romantics' use of irony was not in the service of world spirit. Socrates examined and undermined specific beliefs that historically were no longer viable. But the Romantics used irony to criticize everything. Their criticism was indiscriminate. Their goal was to tear down society while at the same time glorifying the individual who's able to create himself. It's true that in any society there are always things that are worthy of criticism: corruption, nepotism, hypocrisy, and so forth. But from this it doesn't follow that all of society is corrupt, nepotistic, or hypocritical. Every society has elements which represent problems, but it doesn't follow from this that the entire society is worthy of criticism. Thus, the Romantics make the error of universalizing their criticism to everything, and due to this, they end up criticizing things which are quite reasonable and sound. But all distinctions get washed away in the Romantics' totalizing criticism. This kind of indiscriminate criticism was never something that Socrates engaged in. On the contrary, at his trial, he emphasizes that it's important to follow the laws and traditions of Athens, such as consulting the oracle. The Romantics don't criticize specific antiquated values and institutions in order to replace them with better and new ones, but rather they do so in order to celebrate and glorify the subjective ego itself. Here Kirkegaard grants the correctness of Hegel's criticism of the Romantics. He writes, quote, "We also perceive here that this irony was totally unjustified and that Hegel's hostile behavior toward it is entirely in order." One characteristic of the Romantic ironist is that he can, so to speak, invent himself anew at any given moment. There's nothing about his life or past that's substantial or binding, and he can freely change whatever he wishes whenever he wishes. When we tell the story of our lives, we naturally attempt to put things in a positive light or to give things a particular spin in accordance with our interests in the present. Thus, certain things about our past that were insignificant at the time take on great importance when viewed in connection with some fact of the present. Likewise, other events of the past, which were quite important at the time, pass by unnoticed and are forgotten if they seem to have no connection to what's regarded as relevant in one's life in the present. In this sense, our past is not a static fact of the matter, but rather is to a large degree fluid. The Romantics take this to new heights by constantly telling new stories about their past based on whatever whim or mood happens to strike them. Since they believe there's no objective external reality, they're free to interpret things in the world and their past in any way they please. Kirkegaard thus points out that the Romantics were not interested in history per se, that is, about concrete sources and evidence for what actually happened, but rather old legends, myths, and fairy tales that came from the past but were not regarded as having any objective truth. Again, Kirkegaard acknowledges the correctness of Hegel's criticism of Schlegel and his correct understanding of the actuality of history. For Hegel, there are certain inescapable elements of history that one can't simply play with at random. There's an objective meaning or logos in the development of human history, and it's not just the different arbitrary interpretations of individuals. Kirkegaard refers to the Romantic slogan of living poetically to capture the view of the ironist. This might be taken to mean that a person has good taste for art and makes this a part of his lifestyle, but this isn't the main thing that is meant with this here. Instead, to be poetic in this sense means to write fiction, or in this case, to live as if one's life were a fiction. So living poetically refers to someone who's constantly able to make up his life anew at any given moment, to create his life anew as if he were telling a fictional story. The element of fiction is key here, since it shows that the Romantic ironist is in no way bound to anything in actuality. There's no factual element of his existence that he recognizes as having any validity. Everything is a fiction that he can interpret and reinterpret as he pleases. Kirkegaard is critical of this view since he believes that there are certain irrevocable facts of existence. For example, that we are beings created by God. This is not something that we can choose to reinterpret at random. We're created beings and, in this sense, are dependent on God. This consequently presents a certain goal in life that Christians try to achieve. The Romantic ironist, however, recognizes no such objective facts or existence, and no such goal beyond the finite ones that he himself posits. Kirkegaard goes on to examine in some detail Friedrich von Schlegel's appropriation of Fichte's conception of the subject. Kirkegaard follows Hegel by singling out a specific work that he takes to be representative of Schlegel's position, namely his novel Lucinda, which was originally published in 1799. The novel traces the love of the young man Julius and his beloved Lucinda. Schlegel's goal was to celebrate the free, passionate, romantic love of his fictional couple. True love can only be found in the unrestrained, spontaneous ecstasy of individuals and can't be governed by other concerns such as prudence, respectability, familial connections, or financial concerns. When this book appeared, it was the source of some controversy since it was regarded as immoral and offensive to bourgeois values. Its allusions to the sexual relations between Julius and his lovers were considered scandalous by the standards of the day. In the work, Julius is portrayed as someone who doesn't respect the rules of society. He speaks openly about seducing different women, including a young innocent girl and an elite prostitute. But these affairs leave Julius depressed and disillusioned. Only when he finds his true love, Lucinda, is he redeemed. The novel is thus about showing how Julius finds what might be called a new immediacy. That is, how he can discover the true spontaneous spark of love in a mature relationship with a woman whom he respects. Julius thus finds his place in the world again after having lost it. Schlegel's view is that it's the rise of bourgeois society that stifled true love. According to this view, there was an earlier period in human history when men and women spontaneously came together based on natural inclination. They were not motivated by things such as increasing their fortune, securing heirs, or aligning themselves with rich or powerful families. Instead, their personal love for the other person was their sole concern. Kirkegaard takes this view to be somewhat naive. Schlegel and the Romantics pretend to want to reconstruct this idyllic age, but in fact, this is a fiction that they have created. They suppose that this is a real attempt to return to a historical past, but instead, it's a positing of an unrealistic utopian future. There never was a time when human motives were so pure, and it's difficult to imagine a time when they ever will be so. Kirkegaard also points out that there's a contradiction in Schlegel's idea. On the one hand, the work Lucinda is supposed to celebrate a naive, pristine conception of spontaneous, immediate love. But then, on the other hand, the critical view found in the book is intended to undermine bourgeois morality concerning questions of love and marriage. But this criticism is far from naive and spontaneous. Rather, it's the result of careful philosophical consideration and sophisticated social critique. However, the main criticism that Kirkegaard wants to level against Schlegel is that the novel Lucinda is not just an attack on a specific idea or value, but rather it's an attempt to undermine all ethics. The view presented is that all ethics and values inherited from traditional culture are ultimately arbitrary, and so the romantic ironist is at his liberty to reject them and create his own. Moreover, the bourgeois ethics associated with love and marriage are even repressive and detrimental, so the ironist sees himself as leading a campaign of liberation against this. But this absolute negativity is indiscriminate. Since it criticizes ethics in general, its critique is aimed not just against those elements of bourgeois ethics that are worthy of criticism, but also against those elements that are sound and true. In this sense, Schlegel's criticism is unjustified. We saw that Kirkegaard uses the phrase living poetically to describe the ironist, and in this section on Schlegel, he explains in more depth what this entails. We need to be careful here, since from this it's clear that he doesn't mean what we usually refer to as poetry. This might also be translated as living aesthetically in the sense of making up one's own life with artistic sensitivity in contrast to slavishly following the rules and conventions of society. Kirkegaard writes, I quote, "If we ask what poetry is, we may say in general that it's a victory over the world. It's through a negation of the imperfect actuality that poetry opens up a higher actuality." So to live poetically is to reject traditional customs, values, and habits that one regards as flawed and defective and deposit one's own. In this way, one negates the world of actuality, that is, the world of established custom. In addition, one creates a higher actuality for oneself. That is, one creates a new set of values that are not contradictory and flawed in the way the traditional values are. According to Kirkegaard, Schlegel's attempt to undermine bourgeois ethics in the name of something higher is ultimately unsuccessful, since the ethics that the book Lucinda seems to advocate is one of sensual pleasure. While there may admittedly be problems with some aspects of bourgeois ethics, the simple striving for immediate pleasure of the senses can hardly be considered a higher ethical state. The ideological plea that motivates the work is one of freedom and the emancipation from the repression of society. But in exchange, one gets instead a base slavery to the natural drives and the need to satisfy the senses. This can hardly be seen as a higher form of freedom. It should be noted that while Kirkegaard was working on this material, he was engaged to Regina Olsen, and one wonders to what degree his reading of Schlegel's views of love and marriage played a role in his ultimately dissolving the engagement. In any case, this analysis was highly influential for Kirkegaard, since he would come to treat the question of the pros and cons of marriage in a number of his later works. For example, in Either Or, the book that he wrote immediately after the concept of irony, he uses elements from the character of the young Julius as a model for the unnamed author of the first part of the work, the aesthete, who defends the view of romantic love, and for his picture of the seducer in The Diary of a Seducer. He also creates the figure of Judge William as the author of the second part of the work. The judge, a married civil servant, defends the virtues of love within the institution of marriage in bourgeois society. And here, Kirkegaard can be seen to incorporate elements of the view of the mature Julius in Schlegel's novel. The book Either Or is a dialogue between these two worldviews, but the dialogue actually began in the second part of the concept of irony. An important figure in the Danish Golden Age was Paul Martin Müller, who's often thought to have been one of Kierkegaard's great mentors. Müller was, among other things, a scholar of classical studies who helped to inspire Kierkegaard's love of the ancient Greeks. It's quite possible that Müller encouraged Kierkegaard to write about the notion of irony in Socrates for his dissertation. Müller lived in this white building just on the other side of the courthouse from Kierkegaard's family apartment. Müller had been professor of philosophy in Norway from 1826 to 1830 before assuming a position at the University of Copenhagen, where he taught from 1831 until his death in 1838. Müller was Kierkegaard's professor, and there's some evidence that the two cultivated a friendship. There can be no doubt that Müller exercised a powerful influence upon Kierkegaard. Evidence of this influence can be seen from the fact that Kierkegaard dedicated the concept of anxiety to Müller. In that dedication, Kierkegaard refers to Müller as, among other things, the confidant of Socrates. Kierkegaard also wrote a very flattering passage about Müller in the concluding unscientific postscript. Müller died in 1838, a couple of months before Kierkegaard's father. These deaths caused a great inner stirring in Kierkegaard. It's thought that Müller's death changed Kierkegaard's attitude towards his own life. In the first years of his university studies, he wasn't necessarily the most hard-working of students. He was interested much more in the theater, literature, and expensive clothes than in his studies. Since he came from a rich family, he was under no pressure to complete a degree to secure for himself a livelihood or profession. It was only after the death of Müller and Kierkegaard's father in 1838 that he began to work seriously, and after a couple of years, he finished his studies with his master's thesis, The Concept of Irony, in 1841. Why was Müller so important for Kierkegaard's dissertation? Shortly before his death, Müller had himself been developing his own ideas about irony. In his posthumously published works, there's a draft of what seems to have been planned as a larger work on this subject. The draft bears the same title as Kierkegaard's thesis, literally On the Concept of Irony. In this text, Müller discusses many of the philosophical aspects of irony that Kierkegaard comes to treat in his work. Specifically, Müller's particularly interested in criticizing the Romantics' use of irony as a weapon to attack modern bourgeois culture. In this context, he treats, for example, the theories of the German philosophers Hegel and Fichte, both of whom play an important role for Kierkegaard's analysis as well. Müller criticizes the irony of the Romantics, arguing that it, quote, necessarily ends in an absence of all content, in a moral nihilism. Here Müller, Kierkegaard's great mentor, clearly anticipates some of the main features of Kierkegaard's work, The Concept of Irony. Indeed, the work might even have been conceived with Müller as a kind of advisor, and then, after his death, completed so as to work out some of the insights that Müller was only beginning to develop. In his journal, DD, Kierkegaard recounts a conversation that he had with Müller, perhaps in this very house. He notes that this took place on June the 30th, 1837, less than a year before Müller's death. The discussion concerned Socrates, and some of the key topics were irony and humor. Moreover, the comparison was also made between Socrates and Jesus. All of these are elements that we can find in Kirkegaard's work, The Concept of Irony, some 4 years later. I'm joined here again today by Professor Brian Soderquist. Brian, we know that Paul Martin Müller was interested in questions of relativism, subjectivism, nihilism, and is the idea that there's no ultimate meaning. Could you tell us a little bit about his interest in nihilism, for example?
Yeah, it's true. Paul Martin Müller was indeed interested in nihilism. He was one of the first in Denmark to use the term nihilism, and this was really 50 years before it became a common philosophical concept through Nietzsche and others. But he tied his concept of nihilism to the German Romantics, and specifically to the German Romantics' understanding of what it means to be an artist or an author. As Müller saw it, the German Romantics, including Schlegel, assumed that they could create a self, their own very own self-identity, in the same way that they create fictional characters, and likewise assumed that they could create the setting for that character in the same way that an author can create the setting for a fictional character. So in that sense, Müller saw or sensed that there was something that they had misunderstood, or something that they had dismissed nihilistically, and those elements simply can't, some of those elements simply can't be dismissed, namely our time and our place and our embodiment. So on the one hand, Müller ties his critique of the German Romantics to our embodiment, something that can't be dismissed. And with this embodiment, he's thinking particularly of the fact that we find ourselves in a time and a place, and with a very real emotional life, with what he calls a kind of primitivity, a kind of way of being in the world that can't simply be dismissed, and something that's not in our full control, as an author might be in control of a character. And secondly, he's critical of the Romantics because he thinks they overlook the fact that actuality, he calls it, or our given setting, is not something that we can simply erase as an author can erase a character setting. We're thrown into a historical context in a social environment with a long history of values and customs, traditions, and habits. And he calls attention to the fact that we simply have to negotiate with those. We can't start over.
Kirkegaard concludes the concept of irony with a short chapter entitled Irony is a Controlled Element, the Truth of Irony. After the detailed analyses that he's explored in the body of the work, this brief conclusion strikes the reader as almost perfunctory. Here he presents his own view of irony in contrast to both Socratic irony and Romantic irony. Scholars argue about the meaning of this chapter, since there are certain elements of it that can be read themselves as being ironic. Thus, while Kirkegaard seems to be presenting the conclusions to the work, some interpreters think that at the same time he seems to be pointing in a different direction. Kirkegaard begins this chapter with an analysis of irony in the context of art, and he mentions a few authors who, in his opinion, have made use of it correctly: Shakespeare, Goethe, and the Danish author Johann Ludwig Heiberg. His main claim here is that these poets are great because they embody what Kirkegaard calls a totality view of the world. By this, he seems to mean that they have an overarching, consistent worldview that allows them to organize their art. In their poems, they're able to organize and balance a large number of different elements in accordance with this general view. Kirkegaard praises them since they're able to use irony effectively as an individual element in their works. They're able to find the right time and place for individual instances of irony and to employ it to good effect in these cases. In this sense, he says that they're masters of irony. They dictate exactly when it is to be used and construct situations where it's most appropriate. This stands in contrast to romantic irony, which, as we've seen, is totalizing. The Romantics are not able to control irony as one element among others, but instead they're in effect controlled or dominated by it as a single overriding element. Thus, Kirkegaard criticizes romantic irony and recommends what he calls controlled irony, that is, the use of irony in specific appropriate cases. Kirkegaard then moves from the use of irony in art to the more existential question of the use of irony in life. Here he refers to his previous formulation of living poetically. His positive view seems to be that the true ironist is one who generally lives in accordance with the conventions and customs of his society, but who doesn't do so uncritically. Rather, he isolates individual aspects of the actuality of his society that he exposes as flawed by means of irony. He writes, I quote, "In our age, there has been much talk about the importance of doubt for science and scholarship. But what doubt is to science, irony is to personal life. Just as scientists maintain that there is no true science without doubt, so it may be maintained with the same right that no genuinely human life is possible without irony." This is presumably in part a reference to Martenson's claim that philosophy must begin with doubt, with the slogan, "De omnibus dubitandum est," or "one must doubt everything." Kirkegaard seems to be saying that to be truly human, we must all at some point pass through a phase of critical reflection, where we subject our inherited beliefs and practices to critical examination and reject those that are erroneous. Kirkegaard thus implicitly agrees with Socrates' famous claim that the unexamined life is not worth living, or, put differently, the unexamined life fails to develop fully the faculties that are unique to human beings. Kirkegaard thus says that irony is the absolute beginning of personal life. By using irony in a controlled manner, the individual can have a reflective critical distance on one's culture and the established order of things without trying to destroy it and alienating oneself from it in the same way that the Romantics do. In one of the most important passages in all of Kierkegaard's writings, he connects this view of controlled irony with Christianity. He says that it's particularly in his own day, the irony of this kind is important. He critically recalls the important scientific advances of the time and notes, quote, "Knowledge not only about the secrets of the human race, but even about the secrets of God, is offered for sale at such a bargain price today that it all looks very dubious. In our joy over the achievement in our age, we have forgotten that an achievement is worthless if it is not made one's own." Here, he implicitly recalls Socrates and the importance of subjective knowing. Kierkegaard's contemporaries, like those of Socrates, claim to have astonishing knowledge about a number of different things, but this knowledge can't be accepted at face value. Rather, it must be examined by each individual and appropriated by each and every one of us on our own. What Kirkegaard here calls the secrets of God can't be learned as a form of objective knowledge, but instead it must be appropriated inwardly by each individual. This is one of the central issues that will recur in some of Kierkegaard's most famous works. Irony comes in when one wishes to criticize what Kierkegaard takes to be the mistaken view that we can know the secrets of God objectively. He believes that this view, which is widely held in his own day, is worthy of ironic criticism. Thus, irony has an important role to play in the modern world. In a profoundly provocative passage, Kierkegaard plays on the words of Jesus, who says in John chapter 14, verse 6, "I am the way and the truth and the life." Kierkegaard modifies this and writes, quote, "Irony as the negative is the way. It's not the truth, but the way." Here he emphasizes the negative aspect of irony, the aspect that he's argued for throughout the work in reference to Socrates. Irony doesn't construct or build something positive, but rather it's important because it's negative, because it criticizes and tears down. The implication seems to be that irony is an essential element for coming to Christianity. First, one must use irony in order to undermine the mistaken conceptions of Christianity, which conceive of it as a positive and objective doctrine. Then, once this has been done, one can have the proper relation to Christianity by means of inward appropriation. So irony, as a negative force, is not the truth itself, but rather it prepares the individual to find the truth on one's own. Kirkegaard finished the concept of irony at the beginning of summer 1841, and he submitted it to the Faculty of Philosophy on June the 3rd. The dean of the faculty was the professor of philosophy, Frederick Christian Sibbern, who had the task of putting together the committee to evaluate the work. He sent the work to the classical philologists Johann Nicolai Madvig, Peter Christian Petersen, and Peter Olaf Bronsted, as well as the physicist and then rector of the University of Copenhagen, Hans Christian Ørsted, and finally, the young theologian whom we've already discussed, Hans Lassen Martensen. The committee was in agreement that the work was certainly sufficient for the academic degree, but they had serious reservations about the style of the work, and even suggested that it be reworked to eliminate what they regarded as its stylistic excesses. They further complained that it didn't have the proper scholarly tone for an academic work. They thought that Kirkegaard was self-indulgent, trying to appear witty and clever in some passages, and these were inappropriate in an academic context. Ørsted expresses his view concisely when he writes in his report, quote, "Despite the fact that I certainly see in the work the concept of irony, the expression of significant intellectual strengths, I nevertheless cannot deny that it makes a generally unpleasant impression on me, particularly because of two things, both of which I detest, verbosity and affectation." On the 29th of September, 1841, Kirkegaard publicly defended his thesis, presumably here in the old university building at the University of Copenhagen. In accordance with tradition, the oral defense took place not in Danish but in Latin. The official opponents or questioners at the defense were Sibbern and Bronsted. But there was also the possibility for other people from the audience to ask questions, and in all, 7 such unofficial opponents took the opportunity to raise objections to Kierkegaard's work. In the official report about the event, Sibbern and Bronsted praised Kierkegaard for his ability to respond convincingly to the questions that were posed. Kierkegaard must have been relieved to have completed his degree. But more importantly, the concept of irony had helped him to develop his own thinking about a number of key issues. As he now contemplated his future, it was inevitable that some of the themes that were important in the context of his master's thesis would be incorporated into both his coming works and his view of life. I'm joined here today by Professor Karl Verstronge from the Free University in Brussels, Belgium. Professor Verstronge is one of the leading international experts for Kierkegaard in the field of philosophical psychology. In addition, he's a leading member of a project to translate Kierkegaard into Dutch, and several volumes of this beautiful edition have already appeared. Professor Verstronge, Kierkegaard was an acute observer of the modern problems caused by subjectivity, relativism, and nihilism, problems he saw primarily in the German Romantics. This resulted in many psychological problems that people still struggle with to this very day. Here I'm thinking of problems such as melancholy, alienation, loneliness, depression, anxiety, and so forth. What, in your view, was Kierkegaard's understanding of problems of this kind?
Well, allow me to answer, first of all, your question by referring to the German philosopher Karl Jaspers, who actually said that Kierkegaard was the first modern philosopher to give an adequate account of not only his age, but only the age we are living in. An account where he actually is saying that we live nowadays in a reality that became highly unreal, as if reality slipped through our fingers, that we are no longer able to really relate to the here and the now, to the actual we are living in.
Could you give us an example of unreal reality?
Well, if I am to give an example, Professor Stewart, here we are, look at us, constructing web lessons that are attended by I don't know how many people where in the world. People that attend those lessons in a very virtual way, in a non-actual way. They shouldn't even come out of their bed or their houses to attend your beautiful lessons. Think about Facebook, think about virtual social realities. Think about those realms where we construct our virtual identities, thereby passing by the true persons we are. So I think these are examples where actually you can really see that Kierkegaard was highly influential also for what later philosophers thought about that.
Can you give us some examples of some leading philosophers who've been influenced by Kierkegaard on this issue?
Well, think for example about those leading philosophers who made a similar analysis of the age we're living in. Think about Jean Baudrillard, who actually talked about an age of simulacres. Think about Lyotard, who actually speaks about an age of melancholy. Think about Zygmunt Bauman, the Polish philosopher, who speaks about the liquid lives we're living. Or think about Ellul, who actually is saying, well, we live in an age of technological bluff. I think it's very similar to Kierkegaard's analysis of our age as an age of despair, an age of anxiety, an age of, well, melancholy even.
So what do you see as Kierkegaard's solution to this problem?
Well, of course, that's the toughest question. I'm not so sure whether Kierkegaard is the philosopher of many positive answers. He mainly gives us directions in a negative way by saying, well, this is not how we should live. I think, for example, of his analysis of despair, where he actually is saying, well, despair is a kind of a counterpoison for what we are going through. And so, in the first place, Kierkegaard is warning us. In that sense, he's the philosopher of becoming aware, of shaping awareness. And in a positive sense, I would say he's the philosopher of teaching us how to become concrete again. I'm not saying here that Kirkegaard would be saying do away with Facebook, do away with all virtual reality, because that as well became part of the here and the now we're living in. But at least we should be aware of those realms in virtual reality that estrange us from ourselves, from the actuality we're living in.
During the time that Kierkegaard was a student at the University of Copenhagen and was writing the concept of irony, he had his famous courtship with the young Regina Olsen. He met the 15-year-old Regina when he was visiting friends in Frederiksberg, a suburb of Copenhagen, in the fall of 1837. Regina lived with her family at Boersengade 66 in a house that was right behind this building, the old stock exchange. Unfortunately, the house where they lived has been destroyed. It's been replaced by a new one, but we can still see it from old pictures. Apparently, Kierkegaard and Regina knew each other somewhat for about 3 years. And it was in August and September of 1840, when Kierkegaard was finishing his dissertation, that their courtship reached its most important phase. On September the 8th, he saw Regina in the street and accompanied her to her home. There was no one else at home, and he asked her to play the piano for him, as she so often did. After a short time, he closed the music book and said to Regina that this was not why he had come. He then, in his own idiosyncratic way, proposed marriage to her, which apparently took her completely by surprise. He immediately stood up and rushed out to the door without any clear response. Kierkegaard then went to Regina's father, who was a high-ranking civil servant, and asked for her hand in marriage. Regina's father was also surprised, but said that he would go along with the idea as long as his daughter agreed. So 2 days later, on September the 10th, Regina Olsen gave her consent, and the two were engaged. Shortly after the engagement was agreed to, Kirkegaard and Regina Olsen met here in the arched passageway behind the royal palace next to the riding ring. Regina reports that Kirkegaard suddenly seems to have been changed and to have become absent and cold. She gradually came to understand that this was a part of the inherited melancholy that ran in the Kirkegaard family. But it didn't deter her from wanting to be Kirkegaard's wife. At some point along the way, Kirkegaard began to have some misgivings about the prospect of married life. By August of 1841, he decided that he couldn't go through with it. His reasons for this have been the source of endless speculation, and it's probably safe to say that there were many different factors involved in his decision, and that there was not just one single reason that would explain his sudden change of heart. On August the 11th, 1841, Kirkegaard broke off the engagement and returned the ring to Regina. He wrote to her a farewell letter that, somewhat oddly, he later reprinted verbatim in his pseudonymous work, Stages on Life's Way. Regina was completely distraught and implored him not to break with her. Her father also invited Kirkegaard to his house in order to discuss the matter. Her father begged him to reconsider his decision, explaining how Regina was upset beyond all consolation. Kirkegaard consented to speak with her and to try to console her, but he remained unmoved on the main issue of marrying her. So Kirkegaard spoke with Regina, kissed her for the last time, and left, with Regina finally accepting the situation. There was a great public scandal surrounding this event. Copenhagen was not a large city and everybody knew about it. The Olsen family was outraged and felt publicly humiliated. Kirkegaard subsequently tried to cultivate a public image of being a scoundrel in order, in a sense, to take the blame himself and to allow Regina to avoid the feeling of any wounded pride. Given the situation, the atmosphere in Copenhagen was unpleasant for him, and so we decided to get out of the city for a while and to take a trip to Berlin, the capital of Prussia. He departed on a boat for Berlin on October the 25th, 1841. Kirkegaard's critical account of Schlegel and romantic irony certainly has a degree of importance in the history of ideas, but is it really in any way relevant for us today in the 21st century? Although its relevance is perhaps not immediately obvious, this analysis is, I think, highly important for us in modern times. Let's think about the concept of living poetically that Kirkegaard uses to capture the romantics' attempt to create themselves. As we saw, living poetically simply refers to the way in which the romantic ironist can free himself from the actuality of established society and create himself at will. He can choose to make himself anything he wishes, reinterpreting his past and his present at will. He wishes to present a public image of himself to others that demonstrates his ability to live according to his own premises, to live free from the constraints of traditional customs in bourgeois society. While the formulation living poetically might sound like something foreign and not immediately comprehensible, what's described here is not so different from something that's very common to our modern experience. All of us try in one way or another to present a specific image of ourselves to others. We cultivate a public picture of ourselves that embodies all the positive features and character traits that we value. We wish to be seen, for example, as interesting, intelligent, attractive, and so forth. We tell stories about ourselves that highlight these features. We do this in different ways. Think of online social networking sites, such as Facebook or Twitter. What are we doing in these media? In Facebook, we're projecting a certain picture of ourselves to our friends and acquaintances. We're, in a sense, continually updating a kind of living autobiography. We're telling the story of our lives to others. But as everyone knows, there's always a discrepancy between, on the one hand, the things one posts on Facebook and the self-image that they're intended to convey, and, on the other hand, the full totality of one's life, one's experiences, and one's personality. Everyone has certain character flaws that one tries to hide, or certain experiences that one's embarrassed or ashamed of. These are not the kind of thing that we're anxious to put on our Facebook page, but yet they still belong to who we are as individuals. So there arises a split between the public image that one wishes to cultivate and the true self which presumably overlaps in part with the public image, but also contains much more and much that's less than flattering. Here we can see the outlines of Kirkegaard's criticism of the Romantics' view of living poetically. There are people who take very seriously their Facebook page and the image that it conveys. Indeed, they take it so seriously that it becomes real. They try to forget the other parts of their personalities that don't fit this image. This is what's known as the problem of authenticity. The authentic person is true to him or herself in the sense that they know full well that they are, in a sense, projecting a fiction with their Facebook profile, and they're fully aware of and in touch with the other aspects of their personalities that don't match this. They're honest with themselves and recognize their flaws, regarding them as areas for improvement. But unfortunately, not everyone is always so honest. There are also people who are inauthentic. That is, they in a sense believe a lie that they've told about themselves since it makes them look better in the public eye. They don't recognize any failings or shortcomings with themselves. While the romantic can try to live poetically, and while the modern person can try to live like his public image, this is always a part of a fiction that departs from who they really are. This then raises the question with which we started. What is the true self? What makes me who I am? Let's suppose that I wanted to be as honest and authentic as absolutely possible, openly recognizing my shortcomings, my failures, my negative character traits, and so forth. Can I ever really, truly succeed? Can I ever gain absolute transparency about who I am? We all know people who are too hard on themselves, exaggerating the negative things about their persons and characters. Their self-image is just the opposite of the one that we just discussed. Instead of being overly positive, it's overly negative. But in the end, it's no more accurate than the other view, since it doesn't reflect the true self more accurately. So given the possibility of self-deception, is it even possible for us to come to an accurate view of ourselves? We've all had experiences where other people had a much clearer insight into our character or situation than we ourselves had. Other people can see certain things about us clearly from the outside where we might have a blind spot. So maybe other people are a better judge of who we are. But yet other people also have their own agenda and their own forms of self-deception. So why should we privilege their views to our own? Here we can begin to see how complex this issue really is. Our common sense intuitions tell us that there's something that makes us unique and special. We want to say that there's something absolute and irreducible about our persons and characters. But as soon as we try to define what this is, the problems start to arise. So with his criticism of Schlegel and romantic irony, Kirkegaard confronts the modern reader with the question that is or should be important to all of us. Who am I? The modern world makes many demands on us. Things are constantly changing, and we're obliged to adapt and learn new things in order to be able to live in this changing world. In a certain sense, the modern world is coercive, since it doesn't matter what I may happen to think of these changes, but rather I'm in one way or another inevitably obliged to go along with them if I'm going to continue to be a participating member of society. But what should I do if certain social or political changes come along that I have serious problems or disagreements with? Should I feel obliged to go along with these things that I don't agree to, or that bother my moral conscience or my ethical or religious convictions? There are some groups of people who feel alienated from certain aspects of their culture, and so they make an attempt to separate themselves from the mainstream and set up their own small society, ignoring the larger one around them as much as they can. This might seem like a good solution, but groups of this kind often pay a high price for their separation and for cutting themselves off from the mainstream. They're forced to live a marginalized and alienated existence in their own society. We've seen it in Hegel's analysis of the role of Socrates in ancient Greece that traditional customary ethics is what governs mainstream society, but the key point is that the individual has the right to evaluate this with their own rationality and to assent to it or not. This is the right of conscience. Kirkegaard agreed with Hegel on this, and both of them viewed Socrates as a great revolutionary in his attempts to assert the rights of the individual. These are, however, not just issues of historical importance. Today, we talk about things like civil courage, where individuals try to stand up for what they believe in the face of a corrupt government or system. Journalists, political activists, and people of conscience today risk their lives, their reputations, and their livelihoods by speaking out publicly about the injustices that they see around them. What should the rights of the individual be in such cases? Although Kirkegaard is generally known as a religious writer, his works also contain insightful considerations about issues of this sort concerning things such as politics and social theory. In the lecture today, we want to see how Kirkegaard, inspired by Socrates, explores some of these issues in the context of some of the first works after he completed his degree and set off on his career as an author. After the successful defense of his master's thesis, The Concept of Irony, and in the wake of his broken engagement with Regina Olsen, Kirkegaard fled Copenhagen for Berlin, the capital of Prussia. He stayed in Berlin from October the 25th, 1841 to March the 6th, 1842. While he was there, he attended lectures at the university and considered what he wanted to do with his life. He rented a room on Jägerstrasse 57, just opposite Gendarme Market. The big event at the University of Berlin was the new appointment of the old philosopher Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling, who was the lone remaining survivor of the golden days of German idealism, with Fichte having died in 1814 and Hegel in 1831. Throughout the 1830s and at the beginning of the 1840s, Hegel's students were having a profound influence on intellectual life. One group of these students, known as the left Hegelians, understood Hegel to be critical of traditional religious belief and used his philosophical methodology to try to undermine Christianity. Among these students were important figures such as Ludwig Feuerbach, David Friedrich Strauss, Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Bruno Bauer. This was regarded as an alarming trend that was thought to undermine both religion and politics. And so the King of Prussia was determined to do something about it. He decided to appoint Schelling in order to combat it. Although Schelling had been one of Hegel's friends of youth, in later years they had criticized one another, and so he was, in a sense, well suited for the job. Schelling had disappeared from the public eye for many years, and so it caused a great sensation when people heard that he received an appointment at the University of Berlin. Students and professors alike were keen to see the old philosopher, and to hear his lectures were a major event in Berlin. Everyone was especially keen to see what Schelling would say about the Hegelians and what they would say in response. Everyone was talking about the lectures, and they were even reported on in local newspapers. Kirkegaard also attended these lectures. He records his notes to them in Notebook 11. Kirkegaard seemed initially to be very enthusiastic about Schelling, but in time he grew tired of him and stopped taking notes altogether. In a letter to his brother from February of 1842, he writes, I quote, "Schelling talks the most insufferable nonsense. I'm too old to attend lectures, just as Schelling is too old to give them." During the same time, Kirkegaard also attended lectures by the Hegelian theologian Philipp Marheinecke. He took quite detailed notes to Marheinecke's lectures on Christian dogmatics in his Notebook 9 and Notebook 10. He also attended a course offered by the Hegelian logician Karl Werder and took notes in the same notebooks. In addition to these academic pursuits, While he was in Berlin, Kirkegaard attended the theater and contemplated what he wanted to do with his life. He had just completed his thesis on Socrates and irony, and this provided him with a model. He was very attracted to the idea of following Socrates' example in his own Danish context. He decided to develop a series of writings that would incorporate a number of Socratic elements, not least of all irony. He wanted to employ the same strategy as Socrates in order to undermine what he took to be the mistaken views of his own day. In his work, The Point of View for My Work as an Author, Kirkegaard gives an overview of all of his writings and explains his general authorial strategy. In this work, he somewhat says that his authorship began with either or, that is, the work that he wrote after the concept of irony. In other words, he oddly doesn't count his master's thesis, the concept of irony, as a part of his authorship. In Kirkegaard's studies, this has often been interpreted to mean that Kirkegaard regarded his master's thesis as an immature early work, a piece of juvenilia best left forgotten. For this reason, Kirkegaard scholars have long focused on what have been regarded as his mature works, such as Fear and Trembling or the concluding unscientific postscript, and have neglected the concept of irony. This is unfortunate, since this work is highly insightful for understanding what Kirkegaard regards as his official authorship. The key point to understand here is that Kirkegaard didn't exclude the concept of irony from the authorship since he didn't think it was a mature or important work, but rather because it appeared before he hit upon his general idea for the authorship, and for this reason it didn't follow the same strategy as the other works in the authorship. But as we will see in the rest of this course, the concept of irony, with its analysis of Socrates, provided Kirkegaard with the very model for his authorship. Indeed, it helped him to develop the idea for all of the works that he would write from 1843 until his death in 1855. So instead of being a part of the authorship proper, the concept of irony was a preparation for the authorship. But this means that its importance is increased rather than diminished, since this work provides an invaluable interpretive key to the authorship itself. While he was in Berlin, Kirkegaard began work on a new book, which was to become Either Or. He conceived of this work in the midst of animated discussions about Hegel's philosophy that were taking place around him in Berlin. In the second lecture of this course, we discussed the concept of aporia in Plato's dialogues. And in this context, we noted that Hegel was critical of this element in Socrates' thought. Hegel thought that it was a mistake to stop with a negative result. Instead, the goal of philosophy was to see how the negative was necessarily related to the positive. Hegel believed that Socrates' negative method was important, but Socrates failed to take the important next step of constructing a positive philosophy. Hegel's Danish follower, Hans Lassen Martensen, thus encouraged his students to go further than Socrates. Hegel believed that philosophy was all about seeing the necessary organic relations between opposites. As we saw in the second lecture, being and nothingness are not two separate concepts, but rather each implies and presupposes the other. When a philosophy takes one side of such a dichotomy and holds onto it firmly, it fails to see the wider truth. Hegel refers to such a one-sided approach as dogmatism. In his book, The Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, Hegel explains, I quote, "Dogmatism consists in adhering to one-sided determinations of the understanding whilst excluding their opposites. This is just the strict either-or, according to which, for instance, the world is either finite or infinite, but not both." Here Hegel refers to the law of excluded middle, which states that either something is X or it's not. In other words, either the house is red or it's not, but it must be one of the two. Hegel makes a shorthand version of this by simply calling it the either-or. In Denmark in 1839, there was a debate about this point in Hegel's philosophy. The Bishop of Sealand, Jacob Peter Munster, who served at the Church of Our Lady, criticized Hegel, arguing that the law of excluded middle had been one of the cornerstones of logic and common sense ever since Aristotle, and it was absurd to deny it. In response to him, the Hegelian Martinson responded that key Christian dogmas such as the Incarnation and the Trinity could not be made sense of in terms of Aristotle's logic. According to this view, Jesus would have to be either God or human, but not both. Martinson thus argued that some form of mediation must be presupposed that Hegel's logic can account for, but which Aristotle would have to reject. Martinson writes, I quote, "The central point of Christianity, the doctrine of the Incarnation, the doctrine of the God-man, shows precisely that Christian metaphysics cannot remain in an either-or, but that it must find the truth in a third, which the law of excluded middle rules out." Kirkegaard followed this debate closely as a student at the University of Copenhagen. He seized upon the formulation either-or for the title of his new book. The work is divided into two parts by two authors. Part 1 is written by the anonymous A, the aesthete, and Part 2 by B, or Judge William. In the preface of the work, the reader is told that the two texts were found by accident by Victor Eremita, who decides to publish them as editor. With this work, Kirkegaard attempts to create two different worldviews and juxtapose them to one another. He tries to create a kind of dialogue between the aesthete, who makes a case for his carefree existence, and the judge, who argues for the virtues of living a stable, predictable bourgeois life. But like a Socratic dialogue that ends in aporia, this dialogue does not come to any positive conclusion. Kirkegaard doesn't come in at the end and say who won the debate. Rather, he seems to want to simply present two positions to the readers as two important views of the age, and then leave it to them to decide for themselves which one they find more attractive. So with the work, he presents an either-or and refuses to take the next step that Hegel demands by getting past the negation and constructing something positive. By choosing this title, Kirkegaard seems to indicate that one should embrace negation, opposition, and contradiction, and resist the urge to resolve it. In this sense, he's following in the path of Socrates. Either-or can be seen as a kind of Socratic dialogue between two opposing positions, a dialogue that ends in aporia. Kirkegaard has the aesthete refer to this discussion at the beginning of the work in a short section entitled Either-or, an ecstatic discourse. The aesthete makes use of the law of excluded middle. A given thing must be either X or not X, and derives a number of different formulations, some of them seemingly absurd. I quote, "Marry and you will regret it. Don't marry and you will also regret it. Marry or don't marry, you will regret it either way." Here the dichotomy is introduced, either marry or don't marry. According to Hegel's logic, these oppositions must be resolved or mediated. But Kierkegaard's aesthete insists on holding firmly to the opposition. With regard to Hegelian mediation, he writes, quote, "But this is a misunderstanding, for the true eternity does not lie behind either-or, but before it." In other words, the truth appears not when the dichotomy or opposition is mediated or resolved with the either-or or behind it, but rather when one is confronted with the opposition. The resolution of such conceptual conundrums lies in the realm of thought, but cannot be done in life. In life, one is subject to such irresolvable oppositions. The goal is to remain in the Socratic negativity or aporia and not go further. After he returned to Copenhagen, Kierkegaard continued to work on his manuscript, and he published Either-or on February the 20th, 1843, that is, 2 years after the concept of irony. Now, as we've seen, in the second part of the concept of irony, Kierkegaard examined the use of irony in the German Romantics. Now here in Either-or, Kierkegaard tries to create a literary character like that of the Romantic ironist in the figure of the aesthete. So in a sense, one can say that in the concept of irony, he gave a third-person description of the modern ironist, but then, in Either Or, he moves to a first-person description from the perspective of the ironist himself. Moreover, he moves from an academic work in the concept of irony, which is in dialogue with other academic works, and which quotes extensively in German and Greek, to a literary work, which allows him a greater degree of literary freedom. The first volume of Either Or, ostensibly written by the aesthete A, consists of a series of different texts in which we can discern many traces of his earlier analysis of romantic irony from his previous work. For example, the final text in the first part is entitled The Seducer's Diary, which tells the story of a certain Johannes who seduces the naive young woman Cordelia. Johannes strikes the reader as calculating and unfeeling in the way that he goes about seducing Cordelia. He seems to disregard all conventional ethics and to act merely to satisfy his own desires. Johannes mentions humorously this place, which is the old college called Regensen. Much of student life at the University of Copenhagen during Kirkegaard's time took place at colleges like this one, where the students lived, ate, and studied. Students gathered here to debate the important topics of the day, such as Martenson's lectures, Hegel's philosophy, and so on. In The Seducer's Diary, Johannes the seducer writes, "If I wanted to impart to a young man a distaste for tobacco, I would take him into some smoking room or other in Regensen." But one of the clearest texts that illustrates the aesthete as a romantic ironist is the first chapter of the book entitled The Diapsalmata. This is a series of scattered aphorisms written and collected by the aesthete. They seem to ramble from one topic to another with no clear organization or rules. The aesthete seems to jot down whatever happens to pop into his mind after he has an experience or reads a text. When one reads these aphorisms, at first one has the impression that they are rather flippant and perhaps a bit confusing, but as one continues to read, the worldview and personality of the aesthete begin to emerge. Let's take a few examples. The aesthete writes, "I prefer to talk with children, for one may still dare to hope that they may become rational beings, but those who have already become that, good Lord." What does this tell us about the aesthete? Children are naive and inexperienced in the ways of the world. According to the romantic view, adult life has been corrupted by society. We've been taught to repress our feelings and to obey the rules. Adults develop different ways to hide their true feelings. They engage in strategies and intrigues in order to get what they want. But this undermines honest and open human relations and corrupts individuals. Children are mercifully free from this, since it takes time to learn such things. Thus, the aesthete prefers to talk with children who are still in touch with their own basic human feelings and emotions. They're true to themselves and don't try to dissemble who they are. To be sure, they've not yet developed their rational capacity and thus might be subject to temper tantrums occasionally, but even in this, there's a certain authenticity, and one knows exactly what a child wants and doesn't want. One knows exactly where one stands with children. By contrast, with adults, one's never certain, since they often strategically hide who they really are and what their true intentions might be. Although adults have developed their rationality, it's used in a negative way to plot and deceive others. By saying that he prefers to talk with children, the aesthete is, in a sense, offering an indictment against bourgeois culture, which corrupts people and destroys the true human spirit found in childhood. In another of the aphorisms, the aesthete exclaims, "I don't feel like doing anything." And he goes on to enumerate a string of different activities that he doesn't feel like doing, some of which are even the opposite of one another. What does this tell us about this person? The romantic ironist is also a kind of nihilist. He doesn't believe that there's anything that has any intrinsic truth or value. We remember how the ironist exploited this in order to invent himself, so to speak. But the negative side of this disposition is that if nothing is true or valuable, then there's no reason to do anything. For the person who truly believes this, it would be very difficult to be motivated to do anything at all. Why would you study hard if you really believe that it didn't matter at all? Why would you read a book or take a class if you really believed that it didn't matter or nothing meaningful would ever come of it? This is the view of the aesthete, and it leaves him in a state of lethargy with no inclination to do anything at all. In another aphorism, the aesthete claims, The most ludicrous of all ludicrous things, it seems to me, is to be busy in the world, to be a man who is brisk in his meals and brisk at his work. Here the aesthete criticizes the sense of importance that people invest in bourgeois life. They take themselves very seriously, and their work and activities become monumental labors of world historical importance. From the perspective of the nihilist, none of this really matters. Nothing in bourgeois life has any deeper or lasting meaning. Seduced by the routine of daily life, people become unreflective and fail to see the wider perspective. Instead, they deceive themselves and try to conceive of their lives as profoundly important and meaningful. They don't see that they will die and it will all come to nothing. They could be struck by a falling roof tile and die on the spot. This example that the aesthete uses sounds absurd at first, but it underscores the fragility of life and human existence. It reminds us that for however busy we are with our lives and daily activities, we should not lose sight of the ultimate questions of life. We become absurd and comic when we pretend that we will live forever and when we invest our trivial pursuits and endeavors with great importance. The voice of the nihilist comes out perhaps most clearly in the aphorism that begins, "How empty and meaningless life is." The aesthete contemplates the death of a man. When we experience the death of another person, it's always an occasion to recall our own mortality. We feel comfort that we still have some time left to live. But the aesthete's point is that this is little consolation in the big picture. Even a long human life is short on a larger cosmic scale. What is really won by living a few years longer? Moreover, the length of life doesn't invest it with any meaning. From this perspective, even things that might seem important, such as life and death, are in fact matters of indifference. 2 aphorisms further down in the text, he beckons, "Come, sleep and death, you promise nothing, you hold everything." In another aphorism, the contrast between childhood and adulthood is again thematized. The aesthete recalls that when he was young, he didn't laugh at things, presumably since he was only learning how the world worked. But then, when he learned about life and society, he could only laugh at it. The aesthete gives a long list of things that are taken to be important by bourgeois society and claims that they're all worthy of laughter. He writes, "I saw that the meaning of life was to make a living, its goal to become a counselor, that the rich delight of love was to acquire a well-to-do girl, that the blessedness of friendship was to help each other in financial difficulties, that wisdom was whatever the majority assumed it to be, that enthusiasm was to give a speech, that courage was to risk being fined $10, that cordiality was to say, 'May it do you good' after a meal, that piety was to go to communion once a year. This I saw, and I laughed." The aesthete thus openly mocks the virtues of bourgeois society. In each case, he enjoins the reader to posit a higher ideal. Surely love must be something more than just marrying a rich girl. Friendship must be something more than just loaning money to someone in need. Religious piety must be something more than just going to communion once a year. The aesthete doesn't elaborate on these things, but it's clear that he thinks that bourgeois culture makes a mockery of them. By means of these rich aphorisms, Kirkegaard introduces his reader to the character of the aesthete, which was a figure that he began to study in the concept of irony in connection with Schlegel and romantic irony. Today we know Either Or as Kirkegaard's great breakthrough work. But at the time, the immediate reception of the work was very mixed. It caused a great stir in intellectual circles of the Danish Golden Age. People were intrigued by the odd pseudonym, Victor Eremita, and they saw in the book something very original. But the work was also offensive for some people. Part 1 of the text, that is, the part written by the aesthete, seemed to many to display a tone of arrogant superiority that many people also saw in Kirkegaard's own personality. The aesthete seems to take himself to be more intelligent than his fellow citizens, and this places him beyond the sphere of bourgeois ethics. Especially the Diary of the Seducer, from the first part of the work, offended the sensibilities of the contemporary reader. Johannes the Seducer's cynical, manipulative behavior made for uncomfortable reading, and one asks what kind of a mind could have produced such a figure. The leading literary critic of the day, Johann Ludwig Heiberg, gave a short review of the work in his journal Intelligenzblätter on March the 1st, 1843. Heiberg lived here in this house with his wife, the actress Johanna Luisa Heiberg. Heiberg seems to have been rather annoyed by Kierkegaard's either-or, which he regarded as poorly organized and rambling. His review is thus largely dismissive of Kierkegaard's effort. Heiberg begins by poking fun at the enormous size of the work by writing, quote, "It is therefore almost with respect to its volume that the book must be called a monster, for it's already impressive in its size before one yet knows what spirit lives in it. And I do not doubt that if the author wanted to let it be exhibited for money, he would take in just as much as by letting it be read for money." Here Heiberg sets a tone that seems to indicate that he doesn't take the work entirely seriously. While he grants that the book contains some occasional interesting reflections or formulations, he says that it's confusing and difficult to follow. Moreover, he claims the reader loses patience with the author and quickly wants to move ahead,